Chapter 1063. David's mind was focused on the 5 clones. His left and right hands activated the space coordinates in advance and opened 2 wormholes that led to the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation. He sensed that the 5 clones were about to reach the pinnacle of the legendary rank. Just as the last bit of strengthening ended, he activated the law of speed in his small world of soul to form an energy, and then transferred this energy to the real world. The world in front of David seemed to be still. He could sense that the clones had reached the pinnacle at this moment of stillness. No matter how much the Emperor's inheritance pattern absorbed, even if a trace of divine power was converted into energy, it would allow the clones to reach the demigod level. In order to maximize the possibility of making the 5 clones become demigods, David chose to activate the law of speed and use this method to seize the moment when they reached the pinnacle. The 5 clones were forcibly separated by David's mind. 4 of them were forcibly sent into the wormhole that led to the great world of God. David himself took the last clone and went into the wormhole that led to the Interstellar Federation. David's main body stood inside AL 1187. The clones beside him had already begun to sleep and were practicing the black dragon slumber in their sleep. His mind moved. Far away in the great world of God, 500 meters below the great world of God, 4 clones had also entered a deep sleep and were practicing the black dragon slumber. When he used the law of speed in the insectoid world, David truly felt the terror of the law of speed. David's main body had a layer of protective layer that was produced by the law of speed. This layer of protective layer allowed him to withstand the law of speed without being injured. After the 5 clones were activated by the law of speed energy, even David's soul avatar was unable to control the 5 clones. When his consciousness entered the soul avatar of the clones, that feeling of powerlessness made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It should be noted that the 5 clones were at the pinnacle of the legendary rank, just like his main body. However, after his main body activated the law of speed, they could not even fight back. The strength of the basic law made him determined to master 2 basic laws. The 5 clones began to train. David left General David's clones in the Interstellar Federation. Although the environment here was extremely harsh, there was an extremely strong energy here. Although the energy in AL 1187 was extremely violent, General David's clones were practicing the black dragon slumber. This violent energy did not affect the black dragon slumber at all. The 4 clones in the great world of God were sent to the super-large spirit gathering circle on the ground by Bishop Gershwin, who was left behind in the great world of God. The super-large spirit gathering circle was activated, and a huge amount of energy was gathered. David hoped to use these conditions to promote the clones as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the clones with the king's inheritance totem could not share the faith of David's main body. After the clones left the insectoid world, there was no more power of faith to gather in the great world of God. Without the support of the power of faith, the king's inheritance totem could not be used. That was why David needed to activate the super-large spirit gathering circle to provide energy. Otherwise, if the 4 peak legendary clones were to practice the black dragon slumber at the same time, the natural energy of the black dragon slumber alone would not be enough. Although the 5 clones were only 1 step away from becoming demigods, perhaps they could rely on the king's inheritance totem to absorb the power of faith to strengthen their energy, and it would only take a few breaths for them to break through. However, without the help of the king's inheritance totem, this little bit of improvement was extremely difficult. The activation of the king's inheritance totem absorbed 1/9 of the power of faith of the insectoids in the insectoid world, and it used an extremely extravagant amount of divine power to increase their strength. How many insectoids were there in the insectoid world? Even the insectoid queen could not give an accurate number. However, one thing was for sure, and that was that the total number of insectoids was so huge that it was suffocating. Even if all the humans in the Interstellar Federation and the great world of God combined were added together, they would not be able to compare to such a number. Therefore, although it would only take a few breaths with the help of the king's inheritance totem, through his own training, this time would be unpredictable, but it would definitely not be too short. There were too many accidents that could happen during a promotion, and no one could guarantee anything. This was a promotion to become a demigod. No matter how confident David was in the black dragon body, he did not dare to be careless during this promotion. David tidied himself up and changed into the general uniform and identity bracelet. Only then did he truly return to the Interstellar Federation. Feeling the suppression of the world's rules, he could not help but smile bitterly. As a member of the Interstellar Federation, he was suppressed by the world's rules. David's main body activated space dash and left the underground space. He returned to the surface of AL 1187, and a set of transcendent armor appeared on his body, just like the one on his clone. He flew towards the direction of the guard fleet. In space, 120 huge battleships stopped in place, waiting for their master. Admiral spotted. Open the hatch. Major General Morris had been staring at the scanning device. When he saw the figure of General David, he could not help but let out a long sigh of relief and loudly ordered. Not only Major General Morris, but the rest of the people in the cabin also let out a sigh of relief. They did not know what General David was going to do, but there was no news from General David in 2 days, which made them very anxious. If something happened to General David, they would all be greatly affected. David flew into the hatch and closed it behind him. He also put away the transcendent armor on his body. Thank you for your hard work, Major General Morris. Let's go to planet Lunka, David said with an apologetic smile. Yes, Admiral. Major General Morris saluted and replied. Everyone here was David's direct subordinate. Although they had waited for 2 days, they did not complain at all. As long as David was fine, everything was fine. When the familiar Saint Attribute star appeared outside the porthole, David's face showed a trace of nostalgia. This was the planet where he studied. He received a lot of help and had many friends here. Major General Morris turned to David and said, "There's a spaceship in front, requesting to speak to you. Connect it." David smiled and waved his hand. He had already seen the spaceship in front. It was the Transcendent Fox's spaceship. A virtual figure appeared in the cabin. The Transcendent Fox spoke to David with a serious expression. "Welcome, General David. Uncle Fox, everyone here is my people. You don't have to be so polite. I'll take your spaceship back to planet Lunka," David said with a smile. "General David, Lydia's officials are waiting to welcome you in Kia," Cyril's adjutant quickly reminded him. "I'll go with Uncle Fox. Lieutenant General Radner, Lieutenant General Bradford, you two go ahead and greet the welcoming officials," David said to the 2 lieutenant generals. "Yes, General David." The 2 lieutenant generals saluted and replied. The face of the Fox Transcendent Fox's virtual figure was no longer as serious as before. Instead, it had a sincere smile. The relationship between the Fox Transcendent and David was that of uncle and nephew. When David was on planet Lunka, the Transcendent Fox had put in a lot of effort to help him grow. Previously, he had thought that David would be more reserved and private since he had become a general and the deputy commander of the military, let alone in front of his subordinates. He would maintain the bearing of a superior. However, they did not expect that David did not care about this at all. When he saw the Fox Transcendent, he was still the same as before. While David was making the arrangements, the Fox Transcendent Fox did not say anything. He only opened the door of his spaceship. After David finished his instructions, the transcendent armor appeared on his body with a thought. Then, he exited the flagship. Major General Morris, Lieutenant General Radner, and Lieutenant General Bradford looked at each other helplessly. With such a maverick leader, it would not be easy for them to work in the future. On the other hand, Colonel Eugene and Cyril's adjutant looked normal. They had more insider information and knew what kind of person General David was. Although there was no actual evidence, it was very likely that General David was the one who killed the 3 deputy commanders of the military. Perhaps in General David's eyes, the escort fleet and even the 19th Fleet did not have much of a presence. General David's sniper rifle was more threatening than the entire fleet. General David was so powerful that he had nothing to worry about, so it was reasonable that he did not hold back. David entered the Fox Transcendence spaceship. There was only one person in the spaceship: General David. The Fox Transcendent Fox was stopped by David as soon as he opened his mouth. "Uncle Fox, just call me David. General is just a military title," David said with a smile. "David, you arrived 2 days late and made the government officials anxious for 2 days. Now that you've abandoned them, aren't you afraid that they'll be angry?" The Fox Transcendent Fox said with a smile as he operated the spaceship. "Let them be. I'm not planning to take over anything here anyway. The details will be taken care of by the Lieutenant General. I'm just here to take a look and take over a fleet," David replied with a smile. In fact, the Fox Transcendent Fox knew that with David's current status, the government officials of the Elydia sector would be eager to curry favor with David. Why would they be angry with David over such a small matter? "I've heard a lot about you. Can you tell me how powerful you are?" The Fox Transcendent Fox looked at David and asked in a low voice. The reason the Fox Transcendent Fox had come alone when he heard that David was coming was because he wanted to meet David alone. He was also worried that David would be too busy in the coming days due to his status, and would not have time to meet him. The Fox Transcendent Fox watched David grow up. He had heard of David's performance in the defense of the great world of God, and was very curious about David's strength. If David's attitude towards him had changed, he might not have asked such a question. However, David was still the same. His attitude towards the Fox Transcendent did not change at all. This made the Fox Transcendent want to talk more with David. "My strength is above level 5. David hesitated for a moment before answering truthfully. The Fox Transcendent Fox was definitely one of the people in this world who cared about him without reciprocation. Fox Transcendent Fox had helped David when he was in danger. No matter how much trouble he faced, the Fox Transcendent Fox had always stepped forward without hesitation. Although this was partly due to the friendship between the Fox Transcendent and Galen Transcendent, the Fox Transcendent's concern for David was not fake at all. Phew! The Fox Transcendent Fox was shocked at first. He then let out a heavy sigh. He did not expect David to answer like this. However, he knew very well that David would not lie to him about this matter. "Don't tell anyone about your strength. It will cause unnecessary trouble." The Fox Transcendent Fox calmed down and instructed in a low voice. "My strength should not be a secret among the upper echelons of the Federation. There are gods in the great world of God who have discovered my strength. The upper echelons of the Federation who are in contact with the great world of God also know about it," David explained with a smile. David was naturally talking about the clone. The god of war had discovered the clone's black dragon body. In addition, he had displayed strength that exceeded a level 5 holy knight in the war. The upper echelons of the Federation could easily determine the clone's strength. "I almost forgot. There are not many people who can threaten you," the Fox Transcendent Fox said with a smile. "Thank you for your concern," David said sincerely. The spaceship landed on the top floor of the Fox Transcendent's office building. David and the Fox Transcendent Fox walked into the familiar office together and saw that the 3 disciples of the Fox Transcendent Fox were all there. They had not seen each other for about 2 years. David felt like it was just yesterday. Emerson, James, and Anita stood in the office and looked at him with the same curious gaze. "You guys have always said that you want to see David. David came here first when he came back this time. You guys can say whatever you want. The fox transcendent fox said to the three disciples. Although they had a lot to say, the three of them looked at David's general uniform and thought of David's legendary deeds. They did not know how to start. I brought you some specialties, David said first. The three of them were curious when they heard that there were specialties. Emerson, this is yours, David said as he took out a Tier 4 alchemy spear from his spatial pendant and handed it over to Emerson. Emerson's eyes lit up when he saw the light purple light. He could not wait to take the level 4 alchemy spear. Anita, this is yours. David took out a level 4 alchemy spear and gave it to Anita. Thank you, David. Anita's eyes narrowed into slits. She did not hesitate and reached out to take the level 4 alchemy spear. Chapter 1064. Uncle Fox, I prepared these for you. If you don't like them, you can tell me or contact Erdo Arms, David said to Fox Transcendent. He took out a level 4 alchemy sword and a level 4 alchemy shield, just like Anita's. I didn't expect there to be a gift for me. I won't stand on ceremony with you. These are perfect for me, Fox Transcendent said with a smile as he took the 2 items. Where's mine? James asked anxiously. He was no longer unfamiliar with Abel after not seeing him for a long time. Your weapon uses the most materials, David said as he took out a level 4 alchemy heavy axe and threw it to James. James quickly caught it carefully, afraid that it would fall to the ground and break. David, it's still too early to give them these level 4 alchemy weapons. I'm afraid they won't be able to keep them, Fox Transcendent said worriedly. He was a transcendent and an extremely powerful one at that. He didn't have to worry about his own weapons, but his disciple was Kaji. Even if Kaji was at his peak, he couldn't prevent others from coveting their weapons. It's okay. Spread the word that these weapons were given out by me. Let's see if anyone in the Federation dares to snatch them from me. As long as they don't go to those chaotic star fields, there's nothing to worry about, David said with a smile. David's confidence came from his current influence. Influence was different from strength. In the past, he was only strong, and some people might do some irrational things because they were lucky. However, after more than a month of serving as the deputy commander, David's forces could be considered to have grown. Especially the last time when 6 Transcendents were robbed in Erdo Arms exhibition hall and were killed by a security guard with a single sword strike, many people truly recognized David's power. After that, the Military Intelligence Department caught everyone related to the robbery, making everyone understand how terrifying it was to offend the Deputy Commander of the Federal High Command. In addition, David was in charge of the military in the Iridia star field. The entire Iridia star field was David's headquarters. In this star field, David's influence was even stronger than the government. As long as Emerson, James, and Anita didn't run out of the Iridia star field with level 4 alchemy weapons, their safety wouldn't be a problem in the star field. Of course, even if they were to leave the Iridia starfield, they would still have to consider whether it was worth it to make an enemy out of Admiral David for a rank 4 runic weapon. If he really wanted a rank 4 alchemy weapon, it would be better to ambush a transcendent with a rank 4 alchemy weapon. That way, the consequences would be less severe. David, I like your specialty. Anita giggled as she put away her level 4 alchemy weapons sword. How is this a specialty? It's a gift, James emphasized with a smile. You guys, these weapons are all produced by David's company. It's not wrong for him to think that they're specialty products. You guys also need to train harder and be worthy of these weapons, Fox Transcendent said in a deep voice. The reason why Fox Transcendent wasn't polite to David was because after hearing about David's strength, he understood that these weapons that Transcendent thought were top-notch were nothing in David's eyes. Yes, teacher, the 3 disciples replied in unison. Emerson, let me sense the situation in your body. David waved at Emerson. David could sense the situation in Emerson's body. Emerson's strength had long since reached the peak of Kaji, and he was only one step away from becoming a transcendent. Perhaps the peak of level 5 was only one step away from becoming a legend, so David wouldn't be able to help. However, Emerson's level was too low. David only needed to extend a hand to help Emerson pass through. If it were an outsider, David wouldn't even bother, but this was the eldest disciple of Fox Transcendent. He couldn't just not help. Emerson, quickly go over. Fox Transcendent saw that Emerson was still in a daze and didn't understand David's meaning, so he couldn't help but give him a push. Fox Transcendent was very clear that a person above level 5 wouldn't say that he wanted to check the situation in Emerson's body for no reason. How could he refuse such a good thing? Emerson walked to David's side, and David casually patted his body. David's transcendent power, which was originally used to disguise himself as a transcendent, was forcibly changed by David into a transcendent power that was completely compatible with Emerson. If the transcendent power was replaced with bloodline power, David wouldn't be able to change its nature at will. However, the transcendent power's level was really too low. He could change this kind of low-level energy at will. This transcendent power, which could only be considered as trash to David, was extremely huge to Emerson. With David's pat, the transcendent power that was compatible with Emerson's body entered Emerson's body. The wall in front of Emerson instantly broke down, and the transcendent power circulated in Emerson's body. Originally, Emerson would have needed several years and a large amount of resources before he could completely stabilize at the transcendent realm. However, with David's slap, the several years in between were skipped, allowing Emerson to stabilize at the early stages of the transcendent realm. "I've become a transcendent," Emerson muttered in disbelief, as he felt the transcendent power that had mysteriously appeared in his body. If it weren't for the fact that he could perfectly control the transcendent power in his body, and that the transcendent power in his body would still produce transcendent power every time it circulated, he would have thought that all of this was a dream. This is because your foundation is good enough. You're just one step away, David said with a smile. Emerson mobilized the transcendent power, and his body slowly left the ground, completely defying the laws of physics. Fox Transcendent's face was full of disbelief. From Kaji Pinnacle to Transcendent, he had to overcome a lot of risk. He had originally planned to let Emerson settle down for a few more years before trying to break through to Transcendent. He didn't expect David to let Emerson successfully break through with just a casual pat. The problem was that Fox Transcendent couldn't see the mystery behind it even though he was watching from the side. David's operation was beyond the scope of Fox Transcendent's understanding. Perhaps to David, this was very simple, and he didn't even need to use any special abilities to do it, but to Fox Transcendent, this was like a miracle. This was the difference in realm, strength, and vision. David had seen more powerful cultivation methods in the great world of God, from the Knight's cultivation system to the Black Dragon's cultivation system, and even the Zerg's cultivation system. In his eyes, the Transcendent's cultivation system was too low-level. David, can you pat me down as well?" Genlis asked David with bright eyes. "Tomorrow. I used up some of my accumulation just now. I'll help you break through tomorrow." David didn't refuse, even though Genlis was still a little short of breaking through. However, after helping Emerson break through, David had greater confidence in breaking through to Transcendent. In a situation like Genlis, it would only waste more transcendent power. What David needed to do was to practice the transcendent cultivation method a few times to produce some transcendent power and retain it. He was at the peak of the legendary realm, and with the body of a black dragon, the effect of practicing the transcendent cultivation method for an hour was equivalent to many years of transcendent cultivation. Of course, it wasn't easy to help someone break through to transcendent. David had reached the peak of the legendary rank, and the Black Dragon Alexis had given him a lot of knowledge, so he had enough accumulation of knowledge. David, if helping Genlis break through will hurt you, then don't do it anymore. Let him slowly cultivate on his own. Fox Transcendent said worriedly. Fox Transcendent had seen David helping Emerson break through to Transcendent with ease, so he thought that the process was extremely simple. However, after hearing David say that it consumed his accumulation, he couldn't help but worry. He didn't know what it was like to be in a realm beyond level 5, so he misunderstood David's consumption. It's okay. It's easier to help Anita break through after using Genlis as a test subject, David said with a smile. If I can become a transcendent, then so be it, Genlis said nonchalantly. He wasn't stupid. If he wasn't confident, David wouldn't have agreed. Am I going to become a transcendent too? Anita said excitedly, believing in David. Fox Transcendent looked at the time and waved his hand. All right, Emerson. Go into seclusion for a few days and control your current realm. Genlis, prepare the hover car. I'm going to the government building with David. David had been delayed for a long time, and the government was still waiting for him. Genlis piloted the hover car and flew quickly in the air. He still had a look of excitement on his face. Whenever he thought about becoming a transcendent tomorrow, he couldn't help but turn around to see if David was really there and if this wasn't a dream. The hover car soon stopped at the apron of the government building. When David and Fox Transcendent walked into the lobby together, they saw dozens of people waiting for them. Welcome, Deputy Commander of the Federal High Command, General David. A middle-aged man came up and said with a smile. This is Dallas, the Chief Executive of the Elydia Starfield, Transcendent Fox introduced through telepathy. Chief Executive Dallas, I'm sorry for making everyone wait, David said apologetically. I've heard that the Elydia sector is General David's second home. It's normal for you to come back and take a look around. We didn't wait long, Dallas Chief Executive said with a smile. David also saw many familiar faces in the welcoming crowd. Among them was Emma's mother, Madame Amelia, and a few officials from her family. From this, it could be seen that Emma's family had deep influence in the Elydia sector. David smiled and nodded at Madame Amelia. Both he and Madame Amelia could not afford to be rude in this kind of situation. The Elydia sector government had prepared a reception in the banquet hall of the government building. The 2 lieutenant generals that David had brought along with him were all present. Like all receptions, the host, Dallas Chief Executive, gave a passionate speech. He mainly praised General David, praised the Elydia sector military's past achievements, and looked forward to the future cooperation between the government and the military. Dallas Chief Executive spoke for half an hour before the reception officially began. Madame Amelia, nice to meet you. David greeted Madame Amelia as soon as the reception began. Everyone present roughly knew about the relationship between General David and Emma. The story of General David losing his temper for a woman had spread far and wide in the Interstellar Federation. Countless girls wanted a boyfriend like him. In order to stand up for his girlfriend, he had destroyed 3 major financial groups. Therefore, during the banquet, everyone intentionally didn't communicate with David right away. David, I didn't expect you to have such great achievements, Madame Amelia exclaimed. When Emma and David first met, David was still a young man with great potential. At that time, Madame Amelia still thought that her family could pave the way for David and help David grow. Who knew that not long after, David's growth would exceed her expectations. David's Torto Funds investment had helped many family officials achieve great political achievements. The family was no longer able to provide any help to David. Now, David had returned as the Elydia sector's military administrator. In the future, the family would have to rely on him. I still haven't congratulated you on becoming the chief inspector, David said with a smile. There's no need to say that. You haven't seen Emma in a long time. You should get together more this time. Madame Amelia waved her hand and said, Madame Amelia's promotion from Deputy Chief Inspector to Chief Inspector had happened not long ago. From the news from above, it was because of her relationship with General David. The government wanted to communicate better with General David through her. It was because of this reason that Madame Amelia didn't want to mention it. Although Chief Inspector was the highest position in Madame Amelia's family, compared to General David's position as the federal military's deputy commander, the difference was immeasurable. I came back this time to see Emma. She and I are both very busy. It's rare that we both have time. David replied with a smile. If it wasn't to see Emma, why would David return to the Iridia sector with his original body? It's good that you know. Madame Amelia nodded and said with satisfaction. The family's development and her daughter's happiness were both very important in Madame Amelia's heart. Her daughter's choice was in line with these 2 points, so she was very satisfied with David. It was just that David was very busy, and Emma was also very busy in the Interstellar Federation because her career was on the rise. If it wasn't for Emma being attacked, Emma wouldn't have returned in a short period of time. Madame Amelia didn't want David and Emma to be estranged because of a long period of separation, causing cracks to appear in their relationship. There was no other son-in-law like David in the Interstellar Federation. During the banquet, David also saw Lieutenant General Dane of the Federal Military. Lieutenant General Dane was the person in charge of the Iridia sector's military. However, this time, David came over to replace Lieutenant General Dane's position with his own subordinate. When Lieutenant General Dane saw David, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In the past, he had interacted with David many times. At that time, he had participated in many investigations on David, wanting to get hold of any weakness that could be used against David. He didn't expect that in just a few years their identities would undergo such a huge change. Chapter 1065. After the reception ended, David didn't let his adjutant follow him. When he walked out of the government building, he scanned his space pendant with his mind, and an ordinary Interstellar Federation youth outfit appeared on his body. He had changed out of his general's uniform. He also restrained his aura and didn't take the hover car. Instead, he walked on the streets of Kia City. This was a beautiful city. The fresh air that he breathed in made David feel intoxicated. He seemed to be walking casually. Occasionally, people would see him, but they didn't feel anything special. However, in reality, his speed wasn't slow at all. Probably only Lunka Planet's Skynet could discover David's special situation. However, due to David's special identity, even Lunka Planet's security department didn't have the authority to track his track. David's goal was very clear. He didn't even need to check Emma's location. As long as he focused his mind, he could sense the location of the 20 Level 4 Sky Knight that he resurrected. Looking at the scenery by the roadside that was becoming more and more familiar, David's face also revealed a warm expression. He had already sensed the Sky Vault AI welcoming him through his identity bracelet. In front of him was his villa in Kia City, the villa that Emma had prepared for him a long time ago. David couldn't help but increase his speed. His figure disappeared on the spot, then reappeared far away and disappeared again. This was an illusion caused by his speed exceeding the limits of human eyes. A hover car passed by. The man in the car only saw a shadow in front of him, and then it disappeared. He hurriedly looked at the hover car's image system, only to find that even the image system that was claimed to be able to capture high-speed moving images only showed an extremely blurry figure. From this figure, he could tell that it was a human. Damn it, I must file a complaint against this hover car company. This image system must be fake. The man cursed softly. David was getting closer and closer to the villa. His speed also slowed down because he saw a beautiful figure standing in front of the villa's door. Emma also saw David. Countless days of longing turned into a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. David also looked at Emma. That faint smile was the same as before, which made his heart beat faster. David's black dragon body, which was at the peak of the legendary rank, was said to be able to precisely control his own body. But at this time it lost its effect. He could not control his own heartbeat. "You're back," Emma said softly. "I'm back," David replied. There was no passion that had not been seen for a long time. This was the character of David and Emma. A simple greeting was worth thousands of words. "You should have told me that you sent someone to protect me. You let so many transcendent delay because of me," Emma complained softly as she entered the villa with David. Although she was complaining, it was more like she was reluctant. She was reluctant to let David pay such a high price for her. 8 Transcendent had been sent just to protect her. Even if David's influence was great, he still had to pay a lot to get the 8 Transcendent to help him. "That's not a big deal. It's just that you've been wronged. You won't be able to continue singing," David said with a smile. David knew that Emma liked to sing. Otherwise, with the power of the family behind Emma, she could do whatever she wanted easily. Why would she need to sing so hard? The attack on Emma had a huge impact. With so many Transcendent fighting in the city, and the subsequent destruction of 3 major financial groups, no one dared to invite Emma. If something happened to Emma during the performance company and even the local city could not guarantee what kind of revenge they would receive. They could not bear the consequences. It must be known that any force that dared to touch Emma was at least a superpower. This kind of force might not be in David's eyes, but it was not something that any performance company could deal with. Even Emma's management company no longer dared to let Emma perform. They did not want to bear the responsibility. "I'm very happy," Emma said with a faint smile. She recalled the rumors about David wiping out 3 major financial groups because of her. As they chatted, the two entered the living room. "Master, welcome home," a voice suddenly rang out, surprising David. He hurriedly looked at Emma. This voice was the same as Emma's. However, it did not come from Emma but from the AI butler. David had almost forgotten that the AI butler used Emma's voice. David looked at Emma and saw Emma looking back at him shyly. Emma had lived here for some time. How could she not recognize the AI butler's voice? "I'll prepare dinner for you," David hurriedly said, feeling a little flustered under Emma's gaze. "I've already prepared dinner," Emma said as she walked to the kitchen. Very quickly, 6 plates were placed on the dining table. The dishes on the plates did not look particularly appetizing. It was obvious that the person who had made these dishes rarely cooked. David looked at the 6 plates and could not help but feel touched. He knew that Emma had personally made these dishes. Under Emma's expectant gaze, David sat down at the dining table. Emma sat across from him. "Very good. Emma, you're really talented," David praised with a smile after taking a bite of the dish. "Is that true? I've been asking my mother about it while cooking. I'm always worried that it won't taste good," Emma said happily. To be honest, Emma's dishes were barely edible, and this was for ordinary people. However, David did not mind at all. Instead, he ate happily. However, David felt that Emma had consulted the wrong person when it came to cooking. He did not believe that Madame Amelia, the chief inspector of the Star Sector, would have any talent in cooking. Of course, David would not say this out loud. He also did not take the initiative to show off his cooking skills. Instead, he ate with Emma attentively. After the meal, Emma suggested that they go to the study. David naturally would not refuse. The sky outside was already dark. The warm light shone on the study, making the study feel exceptionally warm. Emma sat under the light. The soft light shone on her body, making David feel extremely relaxed. David enjoyed this rare moment. "David, I want to ask you for a favor." Emma raised her sparkling left index finger and pleaded softly. "Don't say beg. If I can do it, I'll definitely do it for you," David smiled as he pressed down on Emma's finger. When Emma heard David's words, she laughed out loud. It was as if David's promise had given her a great victory. Emma stood up and walked to the bookcase at the side. Then, she took out a book and a piece of paper from the book. "I want you to sing this song with me." Emma raised the paper in her hand and said with sparkling eyes. David remembered this piece of paper. It was when he wrote, "My heart remains the same," for Emma in this study. Then, he wrote a duet love song. However, after writing it, he found that Sweet Day was a duet love song between a man and a woman. He did not want Emma to sing this song with someone else, so he casually stuffed it into a book on the bookcase. He did not expect that Emma would find it and ask him to sing this song with her. "You promised me. You can't go back on your words." Emma saw David hesitating. She tightened her grip on the score in her hand and said, That day, Emma was attacked. Although she was not really injured, she was still frightened. After a space voyage, she returned home. However, Emma did not stay at home for long. She came to this villa. Only here did she feel at peace. One day, when she was sitting in the study, flipping through her favorite book as usual, she accidentally found the song Sweet Day. David's musical talent was covered by his other talent. It was not known to the world. Even if Emma relied on David's, "My heart remains the same," to become a diva, compared to David's invincible strength and those legendary deeds, it was nothing. Emma never thought of letting David write another song for her. In her opinion, "My heart remains the same" was already a legendary song. It was too difficult to think of another legendary song. However, with her musical cultivation, Sweet Day could easily see that it was the same as "My heart remains the same." It was also a legendary song. After Emma saw the score of Sweet Day, she thought of singing with David. She did not want to sing this song with others. She only wanted to use music to record her love with David. "My singing is not good. If you insist, then give it a try." David helplessly shook his head and said. Speaking of singing, David thought that he seemed to have a talent for singing. Although this talent was not high, of course, it was not high compared to other talent. Singing, 88% perfection. He could not remember which soul he got this ability from. With 88% perfection, he could be considered a great singer among singers because this was already an advanced master-level singing ability. In David's understanding, this singing ability was only at the master level. It was still far from the grandmaster level, not to mention the ability to transform into rules like his swordsmanship. In such a comparison, this singing ability was indeed very poor. Emma came to the study and turned on the hologram. Soon, melodious music came out of the study. David heard that it was the prelude to Sweet Day. It turned out that Emma was already prepared. Even the score was ready. She was just waiting for him. "Sorry, I never told you what I wanted to say. But now it's too late to keep you. Because you've already left. Far away." As the prelude ended, David opened his mouth and started singing. As soon as he opened his mouth, Emma was stunned. Emma was a professional musician. To be able to become the queen of the Federation's singing world, her own ability was naturally needless to say. But Emma never thought that David's singing ability would be so amazing. That saturated and affectionate voice with a unique masculine charm sounded. When people heard it, they could not help but feel numb. A kind of love that went deep into the soul flowed into people's hearts along with the song. This was also under the condition that David did not stimulate his spirit. He only used his singing ability to sing. If David summoned the shadow attendant at this time, he would definitely find that his singing ability had already become singing 1% perfection. Singing was something that required talent. A good singing voice was very important. But no matter how good the singing voice was, how could it be compared to the throat of the black dragon's body? In addition, David also had two voice-related talents, dragon roar and high-frequency howl. His voice had long surpassed the limits of what humans could achieve. So when David was ready to sing, his singing ability naturally reached the master level. With an unparalleled singing voice and the help of the master level singing ability, David's voice reached a dreamlike effect. Emma, it's your turn. David finished singing the first part of the male voice and did not hear Emma continue. He only saw Emma looking at him in a daze. He could not help but remind her. Emma woke up and her face was flushed. As a professional singer and a queen, she lost her composure at this time. David, you should enter the music industry, Emma said with certainty. However, after she said this, she thought of David's current identity, and she couldn't help but feel helpless. Why are you so good? Emma pointed her finger at David and said very unwillingly. Emma had a clear judgment of David's singing level. Her singing level was definitely not as good as David's. She was still at the stage of integrating her emotions into her spirit and singing through her singing skills. David's voice was more like it was supposed to be perfect. The emotions contained in his voice were naturally one level higher than hers. Let's start again, David said with a smile. This time, although Emma was still absent-minded, she reacted when she sang and continued singing. In fact, she had secretly practiced this song Sweet Day for a long time. She even studied the male voice part so that she could guide David when necessary. It turned out that Emma's actions were superfluous. Instead, she always felt that her singing needed to be improved to match David's voice. Emma practiced seriously, and David naturally accompanied her. David did not know what Emma was planning, but no matter what Emma was planning, he was ready to cooperate. It was to make up for the long time that he had not been with Emma. He was also immersed in the song and immersed in the rich love. Emma had been practicing for 2 hours, and though she was still in high spirits, her throat was tired, which was causing her condition to deteriorate rapidly. Drink this, David said softly as he took out a cup of Immortal life force from the space pendant. Emma did not know how precious this cup of Immortal life force was. It was so precious that even the gods were reluctant to drink Immortal life force, like water, let alone give it to mortals. After drinking a cup of Immortal life force, Emma only felt that her whole body was surrounded by warmth. Her tiredness quickly disappeared, and every cell in her body seemed to be cheering. She had a feeling that her body had undergone some unknown changes, but she could not find out what the changes were. How do you feel? David had been paying attention to Emma's situation. The Immortal life force was very gentle and would not do any harm, but he still asked because he was worried. Chapter 1066. David, my throat seems to be better than before. Emma discovered her throat first. She tried to make a few sounds and cried out in surprise. Emma had undergone professional training and had an extremely accurate judgment of her throat and vocal cords. Now, she found that the sounds that used to be difficult to make were now easy to make. This was what Emma was most concerned about. She was still young and did not feel the hidden benefits that the Immortal life force brought to her. This cup of Immortal life force had at least increased Emma's lifespan by 100 years. All the hidden diseases in her body had disappeared, and her body had reached its best state. If Emma was a practitioner, whether it was Kaji, Transcendent, or Knight, then she would find that even her talent and potential had been greatly enhanced. Then let's sing again, David suggested with a smile. The prelude sounded. David and Emma looked at each other affectionately. After the song Sweet Day, the two did not speak for a long time. Emma snuggled in David's arms. Maybe it was because the Immortal life force had continuously improved Emma's body, or because the song Sweet Day had consumed too much of Emma's spirit, or because the warm embrace was easy to intoxicate. Emma fell into a deep sleep in David's arms. The wind outside the villa was lighter, and the surroundings were extraordinarily quiet. It seemed that it also wanted Emma to sleep more comfortably. The next day, Emma secretly opened her eyes at dawn. Her heart was beating very fast. She had woken up a minute ago. She found that she had slept in David's arms for the whole night. "Good morning," David said with a smile. How could Emma's little movements escape David's perception? Her cute expression made David laugh. "Good morning," Emma said softly. Then she thought of something and asked, "Did we finish recording the last song yesterday?" "It was recorded very well. The equipment here is very professional." David pointed at the screen and said. Emma took this opportunity to leave David's arms and came to the light screen. She was a little disappointed and didn't want to leave that warm embrace. She focused her mind and checked the contents of the screen. This study was designed by Emma. Sometimes, when she had inspiration, she needed to record it, so there was a set of professional recording equipment here. Yesterday, Emma had turned on the recording mode, and the study was automatically adjusted to the best recording environment. She turned on the audio, and the song "Sweet Day" rang out in the study. "Did I sing this?" When Emma heard the part she sang, she couldn't help but ask softly. Yesterday, under the impact of the undying life force, David's perfect voice, and the deep affection between the two of them, Emma performed a perfect performance that surpassed Emma's previous level. "It was you who sang it. Your level has improved a lot." David nodded and said. The undying life force was not an ordinary treasure. If drinking a cup of undying life force couldn't improve Emma's singing level, he would have to doubt Emma's original singing ability. "I want to release Sweet Day so that the world can hear this legendary song." Emma looked at David and asked. What Emma didn't say was that she wanted Sweet Day to spread throughout the Interstellar Federation. She wanted the people of the Federation to share her joy and feel the love between her and David. Sweet Day was a song that was mixed with sadness and sweetness. The sadness was from the days when she was separated from David, and the sweetness was from the days when she was with David. Emma wanted the entire Interstellar Federation to witness this love. This was her declaration. "If you like it, then do it," David said with some indulgence. Today, David was qualified to do whatever he wanted. Whatever Emma wanted to do, he could tolerate it. Emma didn't wait, nor did she discuss with her management company. She directly filled in some information and posted Sweet Day on Skynet. The influence of the Queen of Heaven. Emma's new song wasn't small. Although there was no advance notice and no publicity, there were too many people paying attention to the Queen of Heaven. The moment Emma posted Sweet Day on Skynet, a large number of fans received a notification. Emma's manager, Lucia, was sleeping in. These days were rare days for her to rest. Since Emma was resting, as her manager, she could be free. However, the continuous notifications made Lucia suddenly wake up. This familiar work voice, whenever it sounded, would immediately make her nervous. She turned over and tapped a few times on her identity bracelet. She saw the news of Emma's new song on Skynet. At this moment, Lucia's last trace of sleepiness disappeared. She didn't understand what had happened. Why did the news of Emma's new song suddenly appear? Why didn't she, the manager, know about it? She looked at the information of the new song. The name made her speechless. Sweet Day lyricist, David composer, David singer, David. Emma. Lucia's breathing almost stopped. Her first thought was, how is this possible? General David actually sang. Then she felt relieved. General David had previously written, "My heart remains the same," for Emma. This time, General David and Emma met again. It was normal for him to write another song. However, Lucia was extremely surprised that General David was willing to sing this song with Emma. What was General David's status? He was the deputy commander of the federal military. Whether it was his military rank or his power, he was at the top of the military. He was known as a military tycoon. This kind of person had no connection with singing. If there was a connection, it would be Emma. Lucia knew that this must be Emma's idea. Then let's listen to it. Lucia was still a little worried. She was afraid that this song was too bad and would damage Emma's reputation. Emma hadn't appeared in public for a long time. This was extremely bad for her, whose popularity was rapidly increasing. Fortunately, David's deeds made Emma's reputation not weaken in a short time. With complicated thoughts, Lucia played Sweet Day. When the soul-intoxicating male voice sounded, Lucia's heart no longer had a trace of distracting thoughts. Lucia was sad with the sadness of the song, and sweet with the sweetness. She felt the feelings of a pair of lovers who were separated and reunited. The love that almost overflowed made her whole person fall into a trance. Her tears alternated with her smile. She didn't wake up until 5 minutes after the song ended. Lucia didn't remember the reason why she listened to the song until this time. She wanted to hear how the song was like. Another legendary song, and it's the best. Lucia had her own way of judging. She said softly, "If this song Sweet Day was sung by others, perhaps it could enter the legendary level with the song. However, if it was sung by David and Emma, it would rise to the peak of the legendary level." Lucia couldn't find a song that matched Sweet Day. Any other song would be crushed in all aspects in front of this song. Emma's singing skills have improved again. Lucia couldn't help but listen to it a second time. To her surprise, she discovered something important. Lucia didn't comment on David's level because she felt that she didn't have the qualifications. It was a height that stood at the peak of a mountain, and she stood at the foot of the mountain and could only look up. Lucia was only one of the many listeners. The platform of this song was a large platform that spread throughout the Interstellar Federation. After Emma uploaded Sweet Day, it was continuously released in many star fields. Countless people heard the song at the first moment, and even more people heard the song after being recommended by their friends. Emma didn't expect that Sweet Day would spread so quickly in the Interstellar Federation. Grandmaster level singing ability, legendary level songs, vocal cords that exceeded the limits of human beings, and rich emotions. All of these combined caused a qualitative change. Sweet Day seemed to have magical powers, making anyone who heard the song intoxicated and their emotions explode. Young people yearned for the beauty of love, middle-aged people relived the sweetness and sadness of love, and old people reminisced about the past. People of every age would be deeply immersed in the song and unable to extricate themselves. On this day, tears and sweetness coexisted. On this day, the world felt an impact on their souls. Everyone who heard the song had the same question: who was singing with Emma? Even people who didn't understand music could hear the perfection of the male voice. Professionals were even more shocked when such a god appeared in the industry. When they saw the name, everyone had the same expression on their face. It was disbelief and astonishment. This is sung by General David? This is sung by Federation God of War? This is sung by the David who wiped out the 3 super consortiums. The questions didn't need to be answered because as long as they saw the name with Queen of Heaven Emma, they would know that this was Federation God of War, General David. In the Grand Marshal's office of the Federal High Command, Grand Marshal Andrei couldn't help but laugh and say, "I told him not to cause trouble, but he still did. Fortunately, it's not a bad thing." How could Grand Marshal Andrei not laugh? David, who dared to brazenly kill General Milton in the Federal High Command just because General Milton wanted to harm his family, who was invincible in the battle to defend the guardian planet of the great world of God, who was at the forefront of the front line, actually had such a side to him. Grand Marshal Andrei's intelligence officer, Colonel Morrison, said softly, "General David is enjoying love. I think he's just expressing his feelings." Grand Marshal Andrei didn't laugh anymore. He sighed and said, "General David is still so young, but he's already shouldering a burden that shouldn't be his age. He should also rest." Colonel Morrison couldn't help but nod when he heard this. Perhaps after hearing about General David's achievements, people forgot that General David was only in his early 20s. Other youths at his age were still in school and enjoying the carefree life of a young person under the protection of their parents. General David, on the other hand, had participated in many cruel wars since he was specially recruited into the military. Behind each of his achievements was a test of life and death. Grand Marshal André waved his hand and decided, "Don't disturb General David during this period of time. Let the intelligence department help to clean up the unrest in the Iridia sector." The sun shone into the mansion. David and Emma sat on the rooftop and ate the breakfast that Emma made herself. David glanced at the breakfast. The fried eggs were obviously overcooked. He smiled and pulled Emma's plate over. "This breakfast is too little. Give it all to me." "Then what should I eat?" Emma asked reluctantly as her plate was pulled away. "Eat this." David took out a breakfast from his dimensional pendant and placed it in front of her. Emma looked at the breakfast in front of her. She scooped up a piece with a spoon and put it into her mouth. She squinted her eyes and enjoyed the delicious bliss. "Am I stupid?" Emma asked softly, feeling a little inferior when she remembered the breakfast she made after taking 2 bites of the food. "You're already very, very good. I really like the breakfast you make," David replied with a smile. "But I like to eat this." Emma was happy to hear David's words. However, she pointed at the breakfast in front of her and said, "If you like it, I'll prepare more for you. You'll be able to eat it every day from now on," David said dotingly. As he spoke, he took out a dimensional ring that could be opened with his mind. He then placed the dishes that he had cooked into the ring from his dimensional pendant. He only stopped when the ring, which was about 10 cubic meters in size, was almost full. There were 2 few-dimensional rings that could be opened with one's mind. This one was obtained from a 5th-tier Evil Gods believer bishop. In addition, Emma did not have any combat ability. A dimensional ring that was too good would attract unwanted attention and cause trouble. "Keep this well. Don't let anyone see it. Take it out secretly when you need it." David was still a little worried. Emma took the dimensional ring. She used her mind to sing and was quite familiar with the use of mind. Therefore, she easily transferred her mind into the ring. "So many!" Emma exclaimed in surprise. All kinds of tempting food were neatly arranged in the ring. "Are you trying to make me fat?" Emma was distressed again. She wanted to suppress the temptation of the food, but she was reluctant to do so. She said to David with hatred, "Emma, don't worry. I'll like you no matter how fat you get." David said jokingly, "But I won't look good if I get fat." Emma was not happy because of David's words. She did not want to get fat at all. When she thought that she would become fat because of the food in the ring, she wanted to return the ring to David. However, she really could not bear to do so. "I'll give you some more of this. Eat one every day. You won't get fat no matter how much you eat," David said with a smile as he put some heartwarming lotus seed soup into Emma's dimensional ring. The heartwarming lotus seed soup contained the undying life force. In addition, the heartwarming lotus seed soup had the effect of removing excess body fat. Even without the undying life force, it was still a top-notch ingredient in the great world of God. Emma listened to David's words and put away the dimensional ring with peace of mind. She did not expect the heartwarming lotus seed soup to be so precious in the great world of God. However, she could eat the heartwarming lotus seed soup every day to lose weight. It was probably the most expensive diet medicine in the world. Chapter 1067. Inside the planet AL 1187 of the Interstellar Federation's Iridia star system, David's clone was sleeping. The violent energy erupting inside AL 1187 strangely didn't erupt outwards on one side of the planet's surface. Instead, it directly disappeared inside. Fortunately, this place was remote. Due to the harsh environment of AL 1187, no one would come here. There were many useless planets like this in the Interstellar Federation. No one would waste time and energy on a planet that had no value. Therefore, no one noticed the strange scene on AL 1187. Most of the surface of the planet was the same as before, But there was one area where the volcanoes were no longer erupting, and the magma was beginning to solidify. The energy was attracted by the black dragon's slumber, the fundamental ability of the black dragon race, and was absorbed into David's clone. Every time David's clone absorbed the energy, black dragon scales would appear on his skin. When he exhaled, the black dragon's scales would disappear. His body was undergoing an extremely important transformation. Previously, after the Emperor's inheritance rune had transformed him in the Zerg world, his constitution had already reached the peak of the legendary rank. The black dragon's power was so abundant that it felt like it was about to overflow. At this time, the black dragon's power in David's clone's body was absorbing energy from the black dragon's slumber. The black dragon's power was transformed into a law pattern that first appeared on his bones. Every part of his bones was slowly covered by the black dragon's power law pattern. This was only the first step. When the black dragon's power law pattern covered his bones, it began to spread outwards. Little by little, every part of his body was covered with the black dragon's power law pattern. David, who was far away in his mansion in Kia City, had already focused all of his attention on David's clone. The constitution of General David's clone was madly improving. This improvement was far beyond his imagination. His body was undergoing an earth-shattering transformation. Alexis, is this normal? David shared the clone situation with the Black Dragon Alexis in the Divine Artifact Space card. Black Dragon Alexis suppressed the shock in his heart and replied, "As long as it can survive this transformation, your clone will become a demigod." Even though Black Dragon Alexis knew the function of the Emperor's inheritance rune, he didn't expect the clone to become a demigod so early. One had to know that the strongest genius in the history of the Black Dragon clan had only become a demigod at 1,000 years of age. On the other hand, David's clone was only in his early 20s. 20 years was like a nap in the eyes of the Black Dragon. David's Black Dragon's transformation, Black Dragon's blacks, Black Dragon's dragon, Black's Black Dragon's clone, Black's dragons. My lord, what are you worried about? With the undying life force, your clone will have no problem going through the transformation. Black Dragon Alexis replied helplessly. David was overjoyed. As for the clone, just as the Black Dragon Alexis said, when the Black Dragon's power rune appeared on his muscles, some of the weaker muscles were torn apart. An intense pain was felt. The Black Dragon's power rune spread out from the torn muscles and agitated the intact tissues in the clone's body. Some of the tissues that could barely resist the Black Dragon's power rune's fusion began to collapse. It was like a chain reaction. The clone's body was about to be seriously damaged, and even his life was in danger. The clone's spirit scanned the dimension ring, and a bottle of undying life force entered his body. The collapse stopped and the damaged parts began to recover. Black Dragon Alexis sensed the changes in the clone's body, and he was very envious of David's luck. The reason why the Black Dragon race needed at least 1,000 years to hone their dragon body before they could become a demigod was because the body needed to be strong enough to resist the fusion process with the Black Dragon's power rune. There was a difference between the two types of gods: becoming a god through faith and becoming a god through self-cultivation. Becoming a god through faith only required enough power of faith, and one could easily pass the demigod stage. On the other hand, becoming a god through self-cultivation was a process of constantly strengthening one's body through self-cultivation. Finally, one's body and rules would become one, and the body would become a god. There was a huge risk every time one strengthened themselves to become a god through self-cultivation. That was why it was almost impossible for ordinary life forms to become a god through this path. The body of an ordinary life form could not withstand the strengthening process, and it would collapse halfway through. If David allowed the clone to become a demigod in the bug tribe world, there would not be any risk at all. This was because the king's inheritance rune was, in a sense, becoming a god through faith and self-cultivation at the same time. In the bug tribe world, the clone would absorb the power of faith through the king's inheritance rune to generate divine power, and then convert it into strengthening energy. If the clone could not withstand the strengthening process of self-cultivation, then the king's inheritance rune would drive the power of faith to forcefully transform the body, and the clone would become a demigod through faith. However, a demigod who became a god through faith would have a slightly weaker body. They would need to continue using the king's inheritance rune to strengthen their body until they became a demigod through self-cultivation. To the bug tribe, there was no difference between becoming a god through faith and self-cultivation. However, the bug tribe situation was too special, and it was not universal. To be exact, the bug tribe's god-level beings could be considered as self-cultivation. This was because they did not convert the power of faith into divine power to build a small world. Instead, they used all their divine power to strengthen themselves. The king's inheritance rune had too many advantages. It was compatible with the situation in the bug tribe world, and it created a unique cultivation method. David did not choose to use the bug tribe's cultivation method to level up. The king's inheritance rune had thousands of benefits, but this method relied too much on the king's inheritance rune and the faith of the entire bug tribe. If there was a problem with the king's inheritance rune, then his clone would lose the source of its strength. David could not accept this situation where he would not be able to control himself. Therefore, David chose to use the king's inheritance rune to increase his cultivation speed. However, he did not use the king's inheritance rune when he leveled up. Instead, he used the clone's black dragon's dormant. David's cultivation method was unprecedented. Bug tribe god-level beings received the king's inheritance rune from a young age. This caused them to lose the ability to understand other rules other than their own natural rules, and they would not cultivate other cultivation methods. It was precisely because the bug tribe had the king's inheritance rune that the god-level cultivation methods from ancient times had long been lost. In addition, almost all god-level cultivation methods required special conditions. For example, the god-level cultivation method of the giant dragon race required the corresponding giant dragon bloodline to be cultivated. Therefore, the bug tribe could no longer cultivate other cultivation methods other than the king's inheritance rune. They would also not use the simpler and safer king's inheritance rune to level up. Instead, they would choose other cultivation methods that were more dangerous. David's choice was to use the king's inheritance rune to raise the clone's strength to the peak. Then, he would let the clone cultivate on its own and not use the king's inheritance rune. Of course, only he could do this. Without the undying life force, the success rate of leveling up would be so low that it would make one's hair stand on end. Fortunately, David had left enough undying life force for the clone. This was what he had expected. Whether it was in battle or cultivation, the clone would need the undying life force to heal itself. Anyway, the undying life force was very easy for David to obtain. David's clone had been maintaining a certain amount of undying life force to absorb it. Only then could the fusion of the black dragon's power pattern and the collapse of its body reach a balance. It could be said that no god could do this because they really could not afford to consume the undying life force. It was not easy to accumulate undying life force. It was obtained drop by drop, but it was used bottle by bottle. David could not use science to explain the clone's situation. The black dragon's power pattern was the manifestation of the black dragon's power law. It integrated the law into the flesh and bones, allowing the flesh and bones to transform into another semi-energy state. Just as the clone's fusion was about to end, David felt the clone's body rapidly expanding. This unexpected situation shocked him. Although this Interstellar Federation safe spot was not small, he could not guarantee how big the clone would expand. David's mind moved, and he immediately entered Ironside's Level 5 Bishop clone. This was the clone he had left behind to be responsible for safety. Ironside's level 5 bishop clone waved his hand, and a space talisman appeared. He activated the space talisman, and the clone's expanding body passively used space dash to disappear on the spot. When the clone reappeared, it was already on the surface of AL 1187. As the last part of the clone's body was fused, every cell of the clone's body merged with the Black Dragon's power pattern. Its body was also rapidly expanding. The clone's clothes could not withstand the rapid expansion of its body at all, and they were directly torn to pieces. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here. Otherwise, David would have to consider silencing them. When the clone's height reached 100 meters, its growth also ended. The clone wasn't completely naked as David had thought. As it grew in size, dragon scales appeared and covered its entire body. It was as if it was wearing a full-body black armor. This solved David's awkward problem. At least he did not have to worry about how to make clothes when it was 100 meters tall. Not only did the clone's body increase in size, but because of the increase in size, it could also fuse more energy into its body. David had a feeling that he could destroy AL 1187 in front of him with just his fist. Just as David was about to continue sensing, the clone quickly shrank from 100 meters to its original size in just 1 second. David found an extra pattern in the clone's soul space. This was the gigantification pattern. It was a natural talent that was naturally born when the clone changed its size. Gigantification talent. This was the talent that the clone gained when it was promoted to a demigod. When it was promoted to a demigod, there was a certain probability that it could comprehend a demigod-level talent. David used his mind to come into contact with the gigantification pattern and sensed the details of the gigantification talent. The gigantification talent was a talent that could transform one's body into a gigantification for a short period of time. At the same time, the body's strength and speed were all greatly increased. This short period of time was maintained according to the energy in the body. David calculated that the gigantification talent could last for 5 minutes when the clone's body was full of energy. Alexis, what kind of talent is this gigantification talent in the Black Dragon clan? David asked Black Dragon Alexis. First of all, in the process of promoting to a demigod, the probability of comprehending a talent is very low. It depends on luck. In addition, a black dragon has never needed the gigantification talent. A black dragon's body is already big enough and strong enough. Black Dragon Alexis replied while sighing at David's good luck. Although the black dragon didn't need the gigantification talent ability, the cloned doppelganger needed it. This was because the cloned doppelganger was only 2 meters tall, which was considered very short among the demigods who had cultivated to become gods. The gigantification talent made up for the clone's shortcomings. This allowed the clone to at least be at a disadvantage in terms of size when dealing with a huge enemy. So, the gigantification talent is dispensable? David said, a little disappointed. This was the first demigod talent that David had truly comprehended on his own. It would be a pity if it did not have much practical use. David's fighting style did not necessarily require his body to be gigantified. Currently, the clone's strongest attack was its sword skills. Even the Black Dragon's power could increase the power of its sword skills. However, among all of David's swords, only the Divine Knight's battle sword could be used by his gigantified body. The Divine Knight's battle sword could be changed in size at will. This was also the basic ability of every divine weapon. Otherwise, when a deity descended, they would only be the height of a normal person, but when a deity's body went out to battle, they would be more than 100 meters tall. If the divine weapons could not be changed in size at will, then they would be much less practical. My lord, you have yet to discover the true strength of the gigantification talent. The gigantification talent can greatly increase the strength and speed of a demigod, allowing you to be qualified to fight a deity for a short period of time. Black Dragon, Alexis explained to David. David was stunned when he heard this. He finally understood the practical use of the gigantification talent. Chapter 1068. David controlled the clone with his mind. Since the clone's evolution process was carried out in the Interstellar Federation, the Interstellar Federation's world law did not reject the clone. David felt the terrifying power in his body. The Black Dragon's power law had completely merged with his body. He did not need to use the Black Dragon's power. As long as he moved casually, he would automatically have the buff of the Black Dragon's power law. He also felt the increase of his life force. The Black Dragon's life force was extremely strong, which meant that his lifespan would be extremely long. However, now that his life force had greatly increased, his lifespan was greatly extended. David did not feel anything special about this effect. After all, as long as his original body was still there would be an endless supply of undying life force. These clones and even life forms that David allowed could obtain eternal life. A demigod is so powerful! He could not help but exclaim after testing the clone's speed and power. Although David had the clone of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit, there was a huge difference between the demigod body of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit and the clone's demigod body. The demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit became a god through faith. Reducing the risk of becoming a demigod meant that his demigod body was relatively weak. The demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit did not have the king inheritance rune of the bug tribe's world to continuously strengthen his body. Therefore, his demigod body could not be compared to a demigod body that had cultivated to become a god. Of course, this did not mean that the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit was really weak. The demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit who became a god through faith had the ability to control the Holy Spirit realm and was good at many long-range energy attack. Although the cloned avatar also had the Black Dragon Force rule domain, but whether it was the attack range or the attack power, it was barely satisfactory. The Black Dragon Force domain was more like a support domain created for close combat. It could slow down the enemy's speed in battle, allowing the clones to close in faster. As long as the demigod clones got close to the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit, the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit would lose. The demigod clone rose into the air and left AL 1187, flying toward planet Lunka. David's mind went to the 4 cloned avatars of the great world of God. Logically speaking, the 4 cloned avatars should have more energy, and with the 4 cloned avatars cultivating together, they should be able to become demigods faster. However, sometimes there was no reason for one to level up. The 4 clones didn't feel like they had leveled up at all. However, David was not in a hurry. With the understanding of the demigod clones leveling up, he was sure that the 4 cloned avatars would level up soon. David then checked on the construction of Planet Gammy. The 6 continents of Planet Gammy had been completely transformed. Looking at Planet Gammy from space, it was no longer the barren planet it used to be. The land was green everywhere. In terms of safety, there were many unmanned reconnaissance drones in the outer space of Planet Gammy. These unmanned reconnaissance drones were connected to each other and formed a range of 2,000 meters around Planet Gammy with the cube's super artificial intelligence system. The military factory equipment brought back by David, in addition to manufacturing robots, was also used to manufacture unmanned reconnaissance drones. In terms of attack, the Super Star Destroyer cannon, that was obtained from Abu Dhabi's 15 IFA, was also placed on Planet Gammy. It was controlled by the cube's Super Artificial Intelligence Systems robot. There were 200 unmarked battleships in the outer space that formed the first line of fire. These were all set up to prevent people from approaching Planet Gammy from space. With the space navigation technology of the great world of God, as long as the starship was locked on, it would not be able to escape the concentrated fire of 200 battleships. Of course, these were not the most powerful attack. The most powerful attack came from David himself. With the space coordinate talent ability, no matter where he was, he could return to planet Gamma in the shortest amount of time. This was also the reason why David dared to let the 4 clones train on planet Gamma. After such a long time of construction, planet Gamma was already impregnable. In the villa in Kia City, David and Emma spent the most wonderful days together. The two of them were glued to each other and could not be separated for even a moment. However, David came to the Elydia sector this time for military business. These days only lasted for 5 days. On the morning of the 6th day, he received news from Cyril's adjutant. In the morning, David personally cooked and prepared a table full of dishes. Although he had already prepared a space ring full of delicious food for Emma in the villa, under the gaze of Emma, cooking for Emma was completely different. David took out the red wine produced on planet Gamma and used a set of exquisite tableware and wine glasses to decorate the dining table in an extremely luxurious manner. "Dear Miss Emma, please have a seat." David smiled and bowed. "David, your great world of God etiquette is so standard." Emma looked at David's mischievous behavior and smiled lightly in return with a great world of God lady's greeting. She finally could not hold back her laughter and praised him. The people of the Federation were extremely curious about the mysterious great world of God. Especially in recent years, the 2 worlds had become more frequent, and this allowed the people of the Federation to learn some things about the great world of God. The etiquette of the great world of God was the most attractive to the people of the Federation. The elegant movements and noble aura were all revealed in the etiquette. The etiquette of the great world of God was extremely complicated, and the people of the Federation only had access to a very small portion of it. This also caused the people of the Federation to be unable to use these etiquettes, which in turn increased the interest of the people of the Federation. Although Emma could not use the etiquette of the great world of God properly, she was still knowledgeable. David's etiquette was completely in line with the elegant movements and noble aura. David smiled. Of course, this was the most standard etiquette of the great world of God. He had received a pure aristocratic education. "David, if you have something to do, go do it. We are still young and have plenty of time to be together," Emma said with a smile after sitting down and looking at the red wine and delicious food. She had long noticed David's abnormality. She did not need to think too much to know that as the general of the Federal Military's deputy commander, David would not be so free. "There are some military matters that need to be dealt with," David said with a smile. "Actually, the management company has been looking for me for a long time. The Federation Music Festival is about to start. Because of the popularity of Sweet Day was nominated. I believe that this time, we will be able to get the gold award that belongs to us," Emma said with a smile. Although Emma hid the reluctance in her heart very well, David still felt it. However, as Emma said, the 2 of them were still very young, especially David's clone that had become a demigod. David was not far from having the ability to completely protect himself. David believed that day was not far away. By then, he would not have to be afraid of being hunted down by the Bug Clan's God Tier and the Grim Reaper. He would not even have to worry about the 5 gods of the great world of God. He had not dared to relax because his enemies were too strong. God Tier enemies gave him a lot of pressure. This gathering with Emma was the happiest day for David in recent years. It was also a rare time for him to rest. Even if there were no military matters to deal with, David would not stay here forever. His original body needed to continue to cultivate so that he could face the strong enemies in the future. "Then I'll have to clear out a place in the study for the Gold Award," David said with a smile. The Federation Music Festival was the most important music festival of the Interstellar Federation. It was mainly to honor the outstanding music works of the year. The Gold Award was the Song Award. It was a combination of factors such as lyrics, music, singing, and other factors. It was judged by the well-known musicians of the Federation. It was also the highest award in the music industry of the Federation. David did not pay much attention to the Federation Music Festival. If it were not for Emma, he would not even know about the Federation Music Festival. Emma did not have any new works. Originally, she did not plan to participate in the Federation Music Festival. However, Sweet Day spread like wildfire. In just a few days, its influence was so shocking that it almost became a phenomenal song. Not only did ordinary people love the song Sweet Day, but many musicians also expressed their praise. According to the rules of the entertainment industry, a musical work like Sweet Day, which swept everything, would normally be criticized by musicians or the media because it blocked the path of some musicians. However, ever since the song Sweet Day was released, there had never been a single negative comment on Skynet. Therefore, musicians seemed to have suddenly become civilized. The entertainment industry had never had such a phenomenon. No one jumped out to write even a slightly bad review. This was not because of Emma. Emma, the new generation's diva, could not reach such an influence. Not to mention Emma, even a big-name singer could not be recognized by all musicians. Because the other singer of Sweet Day was David, the Federation's god of war, General David. General David's background was the Federation's top financial group, the Tordo Fund. He was the deputy commander of the military. He was the strongest in the Federation and had a vengeful personality. As long as one had a normal brain, they would not offend such an existence. Any one of these identities was enough to make the big forces hesitate, not to mention ordinary musicians. On the other hand, Sweet Day was excellent to the extreme, and it also made the musicians convinced. The Federation Music Festival also broke the usual practice. There was still a month before the Federation Music Festival. After the music entries that had been closed, Sweet Day was added. The Federation Music Festival did not dare to invite General David. They also did not have the qualifications to contact General David, so they sent the invitation to the other singer of Sweet Day, Emma. After lunch, David and Emma both left the villa. Emma's agent, Lucia, came to pick her up. David was not worried about Emma's safety. With 20 Level 4 Sky Knight following her, no one in the Interstellar Federation could hurt Emma. He also got into the military hover car that came to pick him up. The hover car drove to the military headquarters next to Gia City. That was where the military headquarters of the Elidia Star Sector was located. Cyril's adjutant steered the hover car as he surreptitiously looked at Admiral David through the rearview mirror. He couldn't figure out that the song that was filled with boundless tenderness was sung by Admiral David. "How's the situation in the Interstellar Army? Did anything happen?" David's voice surprised Cyril's adjutant. "The Interstellar Army is very stable." Lieutenant General Dane did not relax his management because he is leaving. He has handled everything in the Interstellar Army very well. Cyril's adjutant reported truthfully. David nodded. Lieutenant General Dane needed to return to the Federal High Command to rearrange his work. Before confirming that he was leaving, Lieutenant General Dane was still wholeheartedly maintaining the stability of the Interstellar Army. This made David very satisfied. David did not like trouble, even if it was very small. The hover car arrived at the Interstellar Army. The military officers with sufficient rank within the Interstellar Army were all waiting at the door to welcome General David. David also saw Lieutenant General Dane, who was standing at the front. As long as the news of Lieutenant General Dane's resignation was not announced, even if all the officers knew that Lieutenant General Dane was leaving, Lieutenant General Dane was still the manager of the Interstellar Army. In such an occasion, he had to stand at the front. "Lieutenant General Dane, I heard that you have done a very good job." David smiled as he walked up and patted Lieutenant General Dane's shoulder. "This is what I should do." Lieutenant General Dane was very excited to be praised by David. He saluted and said, General David's praise represented his acknowledgement. This was very important for Lieutenant General Dane's future work arrangements. Since everyone is here, I will make an announcement. From today onwards, Lieutenant General Dane will be leaving the Iridia Star Sector's military headquarters, and Lieutenant General Bradford will be taking over his position. David made the announcement without any hesitation since everyone here was his subordinate from now on. Lieutenant General Bradford, who came with David, stepped forward and saluted Lieutenant General Dane. Lieutenant General Dane saluted back, and a simple transfer of power was completed. In fact, Lieutenant General Dane had already completed the handover of his work over the past few days. Today was just a handover ceremony. David did not stay at the Interstellar Army for long. He came here for this ceremony. He did not intend to interfere with the work here. All the matters would be handled by Lieutenant General Bradford. Major General Elton, come to my office for a moment. Everyone else, return to your posts. After General David left, Lieutenant General Bradford glanced at all the officers and finally stopped his gaze on Major General Elton. The officers here all understood why Lieutenant General Bradford called Major General Elton alone. The relationship between Major General Elton and General David was no secret. As Emma's third uncle, now that General David was in charge of military affairs in the Iridia Interstellar Army, Emma's family members would naturally receive preferential treatment. General David did not even need to say anything. General David's subordinates would naturally take care of this matter for him. Just like Lieutenant General Bradford, the first thing he did was to put Major General Elton in an important position. Yes, Lieutenant General Bradford. Major General Elton saluted and replied loudly. David did not know what happened after he left. He was currently flying into space with Lieutenant General Radner on a landing ship. Chapter 1069. In the outer space of Lunka, David met up with the escort fleet. He took the flagship and continued to fly into the depths of space. The 19th Fleet of the Federation was currently stationed at the spaceport near the war zone's defense line. The defense line would also be under the command of the 19th Fleet, including all the bastions under David's jurisdiction. David was not only going to take over and inspect the 19th Fleet this time, but he was also going to take over the defense line. Activate the warp drive. Follow the escort formation and enter the speed of light. Major General Morris gave the order, and the 120 battleships of the escort fleet suddenly accelerated from normal cruising. The voyage would take 2 days. David's mind had already left his body and arrived at Lord Harlow's clone. On the lander base, whether it was the Knight of the Great World of God or Kaji and Transcendent of the Interstellar Federation, they all admired the night combat team led by Lord Harlow. Lord Harlow's night squad was powerful, but more importantly, they were diligent. They would not slack off just because of the 1-month rotation period. Instead, they were constantly cleaning up the surface of the planet without rest. This could be seen by anyone on the planet through the electronic map of the Federation. The areas that turned from red to yellow were the areas that had been cleaned up. The Interstellar Federation, which lacked resources, had sent out Transcendent, Kaji, and the Knight of the Great World of God to form a hunting team. They used their advantage in numbers to hunt the Zergs in the yellow areas closer to the base. Lord Harlow, who was patrolling, paused slightly. He did not move. The 5 Knight beside him also paused at the same time. This was because David had taken over the control of Lord Harlow. The other 5 Knight only had a little bit of attention to form such a tacit understanding. Without continuing to patrol, David controlled Lord Harlow to turn around and fly back to the base. The other 5 Knight clones followed behind and automatically formed the Knight battle formation. On the way back, David saw the hunting team. Their fighting style was to fight steadily and surely. Since the space gate couldn't transport items that were too large, other than David, the others couldn't even store items in their space items. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to carry space items through the space gate. This made it impossible for the Interstellar Federation's army to use large weapon systems. Even so, the Federation's weapons had been modularized long ago. Some of the more powerful weapon systems were brought over and reassembled. The supporting firepower behind the hunting squad was 4 mid-sized combat armored hover vehicles. On top of them were 4 Gaussian cannons that could fire level 3 ammunition. They could pose a threat to level 3 insectoids. Together with the 50 Kaji and the 10 Transcendent members, as long as they did not encounter any insectoids above level 4, there would not be any trouble. The Templar Knight only needed to focus on dealing with level 4 insectoid. When they did encounter a level 5 insectoid, the Federation battle team would use their lives to delay the level 5 insectoid, giving the Templar Knight enough time to retreat or summon the rest of the night. Of course, this place had been cleared by Lord Harlow, so the chances of level 5 insectoids appearing were very low. Lord Harlow has returned. Why is he so early today? Kaji, who was in the mid-sized combat armored hover vehicle, discovered the 6th Templar Knight through the scanning signal. Kaji asked curiously, "Don't talk like that. The Templar Knight team led by Lord Harlow is responsible for the most dangerous mission. They haven't rested for many days." The officer on the side shouted in a deep voice. Compared to the Templar Knight in the hunting squad, Lord Harlow's 6 Templar Knights could be said to be extremely serious and responsible. The Interstellar Federation and the great world of God's cooperation in hunting was almost all done by the Interstellar Federation. The great world of God's Templar Knight only needed to deal with level 4 insectoids that the Interstellar Federation could not deal with. Moreover, the great world of God's Templar Knight could abandon the Interstellar Federation's battle team at any time. Although this sort of situation was normal on Warstar, compared to Lord Harlow's 6 Templar Knights, the other Templar Knights did not have their strength or effort. This made the Federation soldiers look down on them. Lord Harlow and the 5 Templar Knights formed a knight formation as they passed by the hunting squad. The Interstellar Federation soldiers and the Templar Knight from the great world of God all expressed their respect. Although they could not bow in battle, their eyes said it all. David controlled Lord Harlow to nod at everyone. The next 20 kilometers was a safe zone, so they quickly returned to the base. Once they arrived at the base, David entered the cultivation room specially prepared for the Templar Knight. The 6 Templar Knights floated in the air of the cultivation room. The reason David called back Lord Harlow's 6 Templar Knight clones was because the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit had made some gains. Ever since David had revived the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit as his own clones, he had obtained the perfect Knight cultivation method from the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit's independent cultivation method. He had impatiently taught the perfect Knight cultivation method to all 14 Templar Knight clones. The perfect Knight cultivation method had only been a summary of the cultivation method of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit. This perfect Knight cultivation method definitely did not have any mistakes, but it was also a cultivation method without any experience. Any noble family's inheritance of a Knight cultivation method would not just be a cultivation method. There would also be many insights left behind by successful Knight. These were the most precious inheritance of a noble family. This was also the reason why noble families with deep foundations were more likely to produce powerful Knight. It would take a long time to slowly improve a cultivation method from scratch. During this time, there might even be detours or mistakes. However, with a considerable amount of cultivation experience, future cultivators would not have to take the wrong path summed up by their predecessors. Instead, they would be able to cultivate using the most effective cultivation method. The perfect Knight cultivation method had been passed to all the Templar Knight clones. David did not ask about it afterward. It was all up to the Templar Knight clones to cultivate on their own. During this process, the Templar Knight clones would instinctively summarize the perfect Knight cultivation method. The perfect night cultivation method had also entered the beginner level. The demigod knights of the Holy Spirit clones continued to cultivate the perfect night cultivation method after they were resurrected. Their mastery of the perfect night cultivation method was constantly improving. To be honest, David was not very interested in the cultivation of the Templar Knight clones. To him, the 14 Templar Knight clones were more for increasing his influence in the great world of God. Even if the Templar Knight clones cultivated the perfect night cultivation method, it would take a long time for them to reach the legendary level. It was not very meaningful to David. It should be noted that the strongest of David's clones had already become a demigod. The rest were only half a step away from becoming a demigod. However, the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit had improved the mastery of the perfect night cultivation method to the Grandmaster level in a short period of time. This made David see hope for the Templar Knight clones to quickly improve their strength. The demigod knights of the Holy Spirit's memories of the perfect night cultivation method had all disappeared from his soul. It was only due to his body's instincts that he could cultivate the perfect night cultivation method on his own. However, the perfect night cultivation method had been cultivated by the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit for many years. Even if his memories had disappeared, he could still quickly improve the mastery of the perfect night cultivation method by relying on his body's instincts alone. Today, when David's mind entered the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit's soul, he discovered the memories of the perfect night cultivation method. This was because the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit's clones had cultivated the perfect night cultivation method from scratch. Although the process was a little fast, all the relevant memories were complete, from the beginner level to the Grandmaster level, and the knowledge for each level of advancement was complete. This allowed the Grandmaster level perfect night cultivation method to be copied from the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit's memories to the other Templar Knight clones through energy balls of knowledge. With the effects of the Grandmaster level perfect night cultivation method, the Templar Knight clones that were originally at the pinnacle of level 5 could definitely advance to legendary in a short time. David's main body was sitting in the flagship. His mind entered the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit's clone in the divine item space card. Then, he packed all the memories of the perfect night cultivation method into an energy ball of knowledge. This energy ball of knowledge was first transmitted to David's soul through the connection between the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit's main soul and the main soul. Then, through the connection between the main soul and Lord Harlow, it was transmitted regardless of the distance between the main soul and the main soul. Lord Harlow absorbed the perfect night cultivation method knowledge ball. This secret technique of the Black Dragon Alexis had saved David a lot of trouble in learning knowledge. A large amount of knowledge about the perfect night cultivation method entered Lord Harlow's brain and became his memories. He also began to practice the perfect night cultivation method with these memories. When he started practicing the perfect version of the night cultivation method, David understood that this training would be completely different from the training he had done in the past. As the perfect night cultivation method was activated, the strange breathing coupled with the flow of the bloodline power was far more effective than any other practice in the past. The bloodline power in Lord Harlow's body was rapidly increased and purified. An hour of practice ended with this rapid improvement. When Lord Harlow's clone stopped practicing, David was surprised to find that the perfect night cultivation method inside Lord Harlow's clone did not stop. "It's operating on its own," David exclaimed. Even his black dragon slumber had not reached such a level of mastery. Although the self-operating perfect night cultivation method was not as effective as when it was focused on practicing, it was improving every moment, which greatly increased the effect of the practice. Most importantly, the self-operating perfect night cultivation method provided Lord Harlow with an almost endless supply of bloodline power. As long as there was energy in the void, Lord Harlow's body could continuously generate bloodline power, which greatly increased his combat endurance. David finally understood that the perfect knight cultivation method, that the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit, was automatically operating on its own. It was the effect of the perfect knight cultivation method when it reached the Grandmaster level. After that, David transferred the perfect knight cultivation method knowledge energy ball to each of the knight clones, allowing them to master the perfect knight cultivation method at the Grandmaster level. The most direct change brought about by the perfect knight cultivation method was the increase in the combat power of the knight clones. For example, Lord Harlow's group of knight clones could fight for 8 hours a day. With the perfect knight cultivation method automatically operating perfect knight cultivation method, Lord Harlow's clones did not need to rest and could fight for more than 10 hours a day. If Lord Harlow's clones didn't need a fixed amount of time to practice the perfect knight cultivation method every day, they could fight for several days without stopping. Sitting in the flagship, David's main body focused and began to understand the rule of strength and rule of speed. In the Interstellar Federation, he understood the difference between these two basic rules and the great world of God and the insectoid world. This allowed him to understand the rule of strength and rule of speed a little better. These days, whenever David had some free time, he would try to understand the basic rules. By comparing the rule of strength and rule of speed in the three worlds, he could feel that his understanding of these two basic rules had improved significantly. 2 days passed by quickly. When they were close to the border between Iridia and the war zone, the escort fleet retreated from warp speed. When David sensed that the escort fleet was slowing down, he immediately returned to the cockpit. Admiral David, in front of us is Spaceport AL-001. It will also be the permanent base of the 19th Fleet. Morris introduced to David. Spaceport AL-001 was a man-made piece of land. Around this man-made piece of land were ports used to dock all kinds of warship. In the middle were military camps, hospitals, and all kinds of recreational facilities. The number of warships docked at Spaceport AL-001 was not fixed. Every time a warship docked, the spaceport would add another port passage for the warship. With the arrival of the 19th Fleet, Spaceport AL-001 had more than 10,000 ports. From afar, Spaceport AL-001 looked like a giant monster with countless tentacles. Lieutenant Commander Radner, prepare to take over the 19th Fleet. David saw the situation at Spaceport AL-001 and ordered with a solemn face. The 19th Fleet, which had participated in the defense of the great world of God, did not look like a fleet with rich combat experience at all. No fleet would dock all of their warship. They had to dock in batches. Otherwise, if they were ambushed, the 19th Fleet would not be able to react in time. Without any resistance, it would cause a huge loss. David naturally knew that this was not the fault of the fleet, but the negligence of the commander. Chapter 1070. Major General Morris, sound the alarm and send a battle signal to the 19th Fleet. David turned around and ordered Major General Morris. Yes, Admiral David. Rear Admiral Morris replied without hesitation. Rear Admiral Morris was David's personal guard fleet. In a sense, he was David's personal guard force. As long as David gave the order, the guard fleet could attack any target, especially since David had great influence over all the soldiers in the guard fleet. The ear-piercing battle alarm sounded. In a short 20 seconds, the 120 battleships completed their turns and the 50 energy cannons were simultaneously charged and locked on for battle. In a bar room in Spaceport AL-001, Rear Admiral Hitchcock was drinking with his 4 subordinates. There were many beautiful women beside him. Rear Admiral Hitchcock could be said to be proud of his success. The 19th Fleet didn't suffer any losses in the battle against the great world of God and received great credit for it. After that, the 19th Fleet was ordered to be taken over by Admiral David, and Rear Admiral Hitchcock returned to the Federal High Command to await further orders. Rear Admiral Hitchcock didn't feel bad about losing command of the 19th Fleet. Instead, it was because he returned to the Federal High Command with great merit. As long as he acted appropriately, there was a high chance he would be promoted. If he was promoted to Admiral and sent out again, the army he commanded would be even stronger than the 19th Fleet. After the 19th Fleet retreated to the war zone, they came to the Elydia sector to take over the defense line there. However, before Admiral David came, the 19th Fleet didn't have any specific missions. Since the Elydia sector was a peaceful region and Rear Admiral Hitchcock had to leave the 19th Fleet, he ordered the fleet to rest and reorganize. This order was naturally welcomed by all the soldiers. After returning from the tense battlefield, the soldiers urgently needed a break. Although the 19th Fleet didn't suffer any losses in the battle against the great world of God, the enemy they faced was so strong that even a god rank had appeared. This made the soldiers extremely tired. Following Vice Admiral Hitchcock's orders, the 10,000 warships entered spaceport AL-001 to rest and reorganize. Most of the soldiers on the 19th Fleet's flagship carrier had left their posts due to the departure of Vice Admiral Hitchcock and the officer in charge. Only a small number of soldiers were left to maintain the operations of the carrier. Lieutenant General Hitchcock felt his identity bracelet vibrate. He couldn't help but frown. Who was looking for him at this time? But soon, he discovered that his identity bracelet was flashing red. He pushed away the woman beside him and checked his ID bracelet. The red flashing at this frequency was an emergency battle alarm signal. Since he wasn't on the flagship and didn't have a command system, Vice Admiral Hitchcock turned on the screen of his identity bracelet and tried to connect to the command system. Hitchcock found it strange. This was the Elydia sector, not a war zone. How could his fleet have been attacked? Most importantly, which force would dare to attack the 19th Fleet? Not to mention the fact that the 19th Fleet has 10,000 warships and even has the most powerful warship in the world. The 19th Fleet's future owner is Admiral David. Who would dare to offend Admiral David? One of the reasons Vice Admiral Hitchcock let the 19th Fleet rest and reorganize was because of General David's strength. No one would dare to cause trouble for the 19th Fleet. Of course, the other reason was that Vice Admiral Hitchcock had underestimated General David's ability to command a large fleet. This sort of rest and reorganization was normal in the eyes of outsiders. Vice Admiral Hitchcock was using this method to show off his achievements to his superior. Lieutenant General Hitchcock's superior was Vice Commander-in-Chief General Lawrence. According to the information he received, Lawrence didn't have a good relationship with David. He wanted to use this method to let Lawrence see his abilities. Vice Admiral Hitchcock probably didn't know that his information was outdated. Currently, General David was very popular in the Federal High Command. It wasn't just Lawrence. All the other vice admirals maintained a good relationship with General David. On the screen, lines of data were refreshed. Warship with serial number ******* has been simulated destroyed. Warship with serial number ****** has been simulated destroyed. Warship with serial number ***** has been simulated destroyed. The lines of notifications made Vice Admiral Hitchcock feel relieved, but at the same time, he felt dizzy. Because of his relief, this wasn't a real enemy attack. In the Interstellar Federation's military, the direct superior officer had the authority to conduct a simulated attack. All warships judged to have been destroyed would have their AI automatically locked onto the warship's combat and navigation systems. David was the direct superior of the 19th Fleet. His authority was extremely high, and he had the authority to order any warship in the 19th Fleet to automatically lock onto a warship. After he delegated the authority to Major General Morris, his escort fleet also had such authority. As long as a warship was locked onto by the energy cannons, the damage assessment would be based on the warship's situation at the time. The 19th Fleet had too few people left behind to guard the warship. They couldn't even activate their energy shields, let alone counterattack. As long as they were locked onto by the escort fleet's battleships, there was almost a 100% chance that they would be destroyed. Vice Admiral Hitchcock felt dizzy because he knew that he was finished. This kind of major dereliction of duty would make it difficult for him to keep his current rank of Vice Admiral, let alone a promotion. At this time, Vice Admiral Hitchcock felt that his little thoughts were too laughable. He didn't expect General David to be so decisive. He actually didn't give him any face and directly carried out a simulated attack. The 19th Fleet's flagship aircraft carrier has been destroyed. Vice Admiral Hitchcock, who was still dizzy, saw this notification and couldn't help but cry out and fall to the ground. Beside Vice Admiral Hitchcock was his adjutant. This adjutant was already drunk to the point of unconsciousness. The smile on his face seemed to be dreaming of this promotion after returning to the fleet. All the soldiers of the 19th Fleet received the battle alarm. They quickly woke up from their resting state and returned to their warships one after another. The captains of the various warships also continuously issued orders to the officers left behind. However, the enemy's firepower was too fierce. Although it was a simulated attack and there were no flames or explosions, the soldiers kept receiving news that their warships had been destroyed. Most of the soldiers understood that this was a simulated attack. None of them relaxed. They knew that this would be a major stain on the 19th Fleet's history. The soldiers who belonged to the destroyed warships could only hope that the other warships would be able to fight back. At the very least, they wouldn't lose too badly. It was obvious that the enemy the 19th Fleet encountered wasn't ordinary. Although there were only 120 warships here, they were all battleships with powerful firepower. By the time a few warships raised their energy shields, the 19th Fleet's casualty rate had exceeded 50%. The flagship aircraft carrier had also been destroyed. Moreover, the massacre continued. The warships that raised their energy shields were also unable to withstand the attacks from the battleship. The AI systems of both warships were connected to each other and accurately calculated the power of the attacks and the degree of defense. After determining the state of both warships, they closed the damaged parts. After half an hour, the battle alarm disappeared and the simulated attack ended. At this time, all the soldiers returned to their own warships. The soldiers were very silent because according to the AI system's analysis, the 19th Fleet's casualty rate had reached 70% after the simulated attack. What did 70% mean? If the casualty rate exceeded 60%, the designation would be revoked. Almost at the same time, the figure of Admiral David appeared on all the screens of the 19th Fleet. At this time, Lieutenant General Hitchcock had also returned to the aircraft carrier. He stood in the cockpit and looked at the young figure on the screen. His eyes were full of numbness. He was carried back to the aircraft carrier by his own guards and only woke up after using a genetic repair pod. The loss of 70% of the 19th Fleet in his hands made him understand that his career as an officer was completely over. Lieutenant General Hitchcock no longer thought about being promoted or keeping his original position. He was now thinking about whether he could avoid being court-martialed. I am the Deputy Commander of the Federal High Command, Admiral David. I've seen the results of the 19th Fleet of the Federation. The information was very eye-catching, but today I'm very disappointed. Admiral David's voice spread to every corner of the 19th Fleet. The soldiers of the 19th Fleet felt very conflicted. Admiral David was the military god they worshipped madly, and they had lost face in front of him. This made them feel extremely ashamed. This shouldn't be the 19th Fleet, I know. This should be a heroic fleet. You received incorrect orders, and the person who gave the orders was still drinking and having fun during the simulated attack. "This is a disgrace to the Federation's soldiers," David said with a heavy voice. When the simulated attack was in progress, David's intelligence officer, Colonel Eugene, sent over information about Lieutenant General Hitchcock, including where he was and what he was doing at the moment. David couldn't understand how an experienced lieutenant general could make such a low-level mistake. It should be known that a single mistake like this could cause the destruction of the entire fleet. This simulated attack was different from a real attack. If it was a real attack, the explosion of the warship and the terrifying attack scene would make the soldiers who hadn't boarded the warship not dare to approach it. What awaited the 19th Fleet would be even more tragic than the simulated attack, and the price they would have to pay would be even greater. As the Deputy Commander of the Federation, I hereby revoke Hitchcock's Lieutenant General rank and order the court-martialed for his dereliction of duty. The other officers involved will be subject to the corresponding investigation. I won't tolerate people in my fleet who don't do anything," David announced in a deep voice. The soldiers of the 19th Fleet were all shocked. A lieutenant general of the Federation being removed from his position was extremely rare in the federal military. It hadn't happened in the past few decades at least. However, Admiral David had the power to remove a general's rank and position on the spot as long as he had evidence. Even if Hitchcock was a lieutenant general, David had the power to remove him from his rank and position as long as he had evidence. From today onwards, Lieutenant General Radnor will be the commander of the 19th Fleet, David announced. David's figure disappeared from the screen. Lieutenant General Radnor had already arrived on the 19th Fleet's flagship carrier. Due to his authority, he walked into the cockpit without any obstructions. In front of the screen, Lieutenant General Hitchcock was slumped in his chair with a deathly pale face. Lieutenant General Radnor had arrived too quickly. The enforcers had just arrived and hadn't had time to arrest Hitchcock yet. Revoke Hitchcock's rank. He doesn't have the right to wear the rank of Lieutenant General, Lieutenant General Radnor ordered in a deep voice. Lieutenant General Radnor had seen the simulated attack just now. He couldn't imagine such a thing happening to a large Federation fleet. He couldn't tolerate having such a person among the commanders. The Enforcer General removed Hitchcock's Lieutenant General insignia and handcuffed him before taking him away. I order all ships to set sail in batches with the carrier as the center. Form a battle formation and prepare for General David's inspection. Lieutenant General Radnor ordered loudly. Following Lieutenant General Radnor's orders, the 19th Fleet's ships left AL-001 in an orderly fashion. The carrier was the first to set off and stopped 100 kilometers away from AL-001. The 10,000 ships quickly arrived and stopped at their designated positions. There wasn't a single mistake during the entire process. This showed that the 19th Fleet lived up to its reputation and also made David feel relieved. Reporting to General David, the 19th Fleet has been assembled. Please inspect it. Lieutenant General Radnor was also holding his breath. This was the fleet he was going to lead from now on. He had to show his true strength in front of General David. The escort fleet formed a tight formation and approached the 19th Fleet in space. It was only then that most of the soldiers saw their simulated enemies. 120 battleships made them feel a great deal of pressure. It should be noted that the entire 19th Fleet only had 10 battleships in total. It was extremely rare for 120 battleships to be gathered together. Many veterans had never seen such a sight before. The ships that passed by the escort fleet would flash their signal lights. The signal lights were a sign of respect to General David. The inspection was carried out in a solemn atmosphere. The soldiers of the 19th Fleet also regained their dignity at this time. David's escort fleet arrived at the aircraft carrier, and he boarded the aircraft carrier. This aircraft carrier truly belonged to him in a sense. What he saw was the fanatical admiration in the eyes of the soldiers. Outsiders couldn't imagine how important he was to the soldiers who had participated in the defense of the great world of God. Wherever David went, the fanatical emotions of the soldiers would infect each other. There was no need for any encouragement. They were willing to sacrifice themselves for David at any time. Lieutenant General Radnor, I'll give you 1 week to manage the 19th Fleet. I want to see this fleet take over the defense line in a week's time. David came in front of Lieutenant General Radnor and ordered in a deep voice. According to the original plan, the 19th Fleet would take over the defense line as soon as he took over. However, David was a little worried about the 19th Fleet. Although there was no war here, who could say for sure? This was the Elydia star system, the Interstellar Federation's first line of defense outside the war zone. He needed the 19th Fleet to take over the defense line in its best condition. Chapter 1071. David was sitting in the conference room. He was participating in the Federal High Command's meeting through the remote projection system in the barrack. Disgrace. This is the biggest disgrace to the Federation fleet, Grand Marshal Andre yelled. Although David was sitting in his seat through the remote projection, he could still feel Grand Marshal Andre's anger. Although this anger was related to David, the one who felt the most uncomfortable was the other vice commander, Lawrence. Admiral David has no experience in warship commanding. He only relied on his escort fleet to destroy over 70% of the 19th Fleet without losing a single warship. If this wasn't a simulated attack, then we're sitting here talking about the compensation of hundreds of millions of soldiers. We're talking about the disappearance of a fleet established since the beginning of the Federation. Grand Marshal Andre was still fuming. In fact, it wasn't just Grand Marshal Andre. The entire Federal High Command was shocked when they heard the results of the simulated attack. The Federal High Command didn't think that the simulated attack was commanded by General David's direct subordinate. After all, only General David had the authority to launch a simulated attack. In their eyes, the 19th Fleet's command was too chaotic. General David, who had no experience in commanding a fleet, only launched a simulated attack to cripple the 19th Fleet. David wasn't as clueless as they thought. Instead, he had 2 fields of knowledge: Master-level military command and Grandmaster-level space combat research. These 2 fields of knowledge allowed him to determine the effectiveness of the simulated attack when he saw the 19th Fleet's chaotic and defenseless state. In this office, David's commanding ability might not be the strongest, but it definitely wasn't the weakest. I'm sorry, Grand Marshal Andre. Hitchcock was recommended by me. I chose the wrong person. Lawrence stood up and said in a deep voice. Lawrence didn't hate General David. If it was him, he wouldn't be able to stand it either. In his opinion, the fact that Admiral David didn't kill Lieutenant General Hitchcock on the spot was already giving him a lot of face. With General David's temper, Hitchcock was really lucky to still be alive. Sit down and learn your lesson. Grand Marshal Andre didn't get angry at General Lawrence. Instead, he waved his hand. General Lawrence returned to his seat. His gaze swept across the rest of the deputy commanders. He could already see the gloating looks in the deputy commander's eyes. This made him feel very helpless. If it was a normal officer, it wouldn't affect General Lawrence much. However, Vice Admiral Hitchcock was the commander of a large fleet of the Federation and held an important position. This position had a huge impact on the safety of the Federation. If something happened, Lawrence, the one who recommended him, would also be in trouble. Even though Grand Marshal Andre didn't say anything, this matter would definitely be recorded in the archives and become General Lawrence's dark history. The original commander of the 19th Fleet, Hitchcock, will be dealt with according to General David's arrangements. He will be sent to the military court. The Federation's army can't tolerate such a soldier, Grand Marshal Andre said in a deep voice. None of the 11 vice-marshals, including David, had any objections. In fact, David had used his authority to punish Lieutenant General Hitchcock. If he wanted to revoke the punishment, more than half of the vice-marshals would have to oppose it at the commander-in-chief meeting. Grand Marshal André's decision was to turn David's punishment into an order from the Federal High Command. There was no possibility of changing it. Even a pig commanding the 19th Fleet would do a better job than Hitchcock. Grand Marshal André finally couldn't hold back the anger in his heart and cursed. I propose to strengthen the learning of the commanders. Our fleet management regulations are perfect, but some people just treat them as decorations and think that they can be arrogant after winning a battle, General Charlie said. Increase the supervision system. Commanders who clearly violate the rules will be directly recorded in the evaluation. General Hawthorne said. The vice-commanders were all actively putting forward their own opinions and trying to make up for the loopholes in the Federation's fleet management. In fact, the Federation's fleet management had been developed for tens of thousands of years and had long formed a mature management system. However, because this system had been in use for so long, many commanders had forgotten the original purpose of this management system. When a commander lost respect for the management system, the same thing would happen to the 19th Fleet. I will order the Staff Department to summarize everyone's opinions and make the implementation of the fleet management system a norm. Every commander of the Federation fleet must strictly abide by it. I would also like to express my gratitude to General David. He was the one who discovered the problem with the Federation's fleet. Grand Marshal André waved his hand and said. General David's projection stood up and saluted Grand Marshal André. This was his only reaction during this meeting. The rest of the time, he just listened silently and didn't express his opinion. David wanted to use this method to express his attitude to everyone that he didn't want to participate in any of their affairs. For the next week, David lived in the military base at AL-001 Airport. He had already taken over this place. It had to be said that Lieutenant General Radnor, whom Grand Marshal André introduced, was really capable. In just 7 days, the 19th Fleet was completely reorganized. Of course, in Radnor's heart, he was extremely grateful to General David. General David's simulated attack gave him a reason to clean up the remnants of Lieutenant General Hitchcock's forces in the 19th Fleet. He boldly promoted new people and rebuilt the management system of the 19th Fleet. If Radnor had taken over the 19th Fleet under normal circumstances, it would have taken him at least a few months to sort things out. During this process, he would have had to suppress the old forces. It would have taken him at least a year to fully control the 19th Fleet. The 19th Fleet had been under Hitchcock's command for many years, so it would have taken time to sort out the complicated relationship. However, no one would have thought that General David would use the simplest and most direct method to remove Hitchcock from his post. The officers who were related to Hitchcock naturally couldn't resist at all. It was also within this week that the order from the Federal High Command arrived. The order required the commanders at all levels to strictly implement the fleet management mechanism, and everything they did had to comply with military regulations. The corresponding supervision authority was also given to the various law enforcement departments. Hitchcock was also sent to Planet Origin by the Law Enforcement Department. There, he would be tried by the Supreme Military Court. Tomorrow was the day that the 19th Fleet would head to the defense line. After a week of reorganization, the morale of the 19th Fleet's soldiers had returned to them. David returned to the carrier. He didn't want to disturb Radnor's work, so he went to AL-001. Lieutenant General Radnor, I see a different military discipline. This is great. David, accompanied by Radnor, nodded when he saw the military discipline on the carrier. General David, these soldiers are great. I'm honored to be their commander. Radnor replied. Take me to see the Doomsday System, David said with a smile. Please come with me, Radnor said as he led David. The Doomsday weapon of the carrier was the upper part of the hull. It was usually hidden. Under Radnor's lead, David saw a cannon barrel that was half the length of the carrier. Even though he had seen many man-made miracles of the Interstellar Federation, he was still shocked when he saw the cannon barrel. David scanned the cannon barrel with his mind power. The cannon barrel was complete. In other words, the cannon barrel was half the length of the carrier, and it was cast in one piece. The casting of such a huge object, not to mention the technical difficulties involved, just its size alone was an unimaginably huge project. Why is the cannon barrel still damaged? Hasn't it been repaired? David saw an obvious damaged area. In his mind power, there were even more damaged areas. It was obvious that the doomsday weapon had not been repaired. According to the maintenance schedule given by the equipment department, our aircraft carrier will be repaired in 3 years. Lieutenant General Radner said helplessly. Due to the unexpected appearance of the Zerg God class, Admiral Francis had used the doomsday weapon system, causing all the doomsday weapons on the participating carriers to be damaged. Of course, the equipment department had to plan a maintenance schedule and repair the carriers one by one according to the schedule. However, when David heard that the doomsday system would only be repaired in 3 years, he was a little dissatisfied. The doomsday system of the carrier is our most important defense weapon. It will soon take over the defense line. I need the carrier to have full combat power, David said in a deep voice. However, when he saw Radner's expression, he understood that he was being unreasonable. The maintenance schedule of the equipment department was not something that Radner could change at will. Even the deputy commander could not command the equipment department, let alone him. Connect me to Minister Dalton of the equipment department, David said as he opened his ID bracelet. They were in space. If they wanted to connect to Planet of Origin, they had to go through the carrier's long-range communication system. General David, I heard that you did something big again. Minister Dalton's voice came as soon as he connected. I didn't expect Minister Dalton to hear about it too. I'm having a headache, David complained when he heard Dalton mention the 19th Fleet. Minister Dalton was also an old fox. When he heard David's tone, he knew that David had something to say. However, Dalton was not worried about anything. Instead, he wanted David to owe him more favors. After all, the equipment department was now begging David for help. What can't you handle? If you need it, just let me know. Minister Dalton's words shocked Lieutenant General Radner. How deep did their relationship have to be to make such a promise? Dalton was the minister of the equipment department. All the weapons and equipment in the military were distributed by the equipment department. All the military forces were begging the equipment department. 2 things. The first is the 19th Fleet's doomsday system. You pushed it back to 3 years before it could be repaired. I'm about to enter the defense line, and I need an aircraft carrier to guarantee my firepower, David said directly. David was suffering from a pathological lack of firepower. It stemmed from the uneasiness he felt in his heart. The doomsday system was only used once every few years, and the cost was very high. It was not conventional firepower at all, and it would not affect the normal firepower of the carrier. Wait a minute. Minister Dalton did not know about this matter. As the minister of the equipment department, Minister Dalton had a lot of things to do. It was impossible for him to do everything himself. This kind of equipment repair was handled by the repair department below. I'll need at least a month to repair the 19th Fleet's doomsday system. What do you think? Minister Dalton replied quickly. Lieutenant General Radner's face lit up with excitement. He had taken over the 19th Fleet, and although he had managed the internal affairs of the fleet, he had yet to display his own capabilities. If the doomsday system could be repaired in 3 years, it would only take a month to repair, and the entire 19th Fleet would see his connections. Anyway, General David's relationship with Lieutenant General Radner was to some extent his relationship with General David. The equipment department is really dragging it out, David complained. He was obviously not satisfied. This made Radnor worried that Minister Dalton would turn against him, but it was obvious that he was overthinking. Admiral David, you can't ask me to stop the repair work, Minister Dalton explained. A month it is. The second thing is that the 19th Fleet's Transcendent and Kaji need to change their equipment. We need at least 3,000 alchemy pattern weapons. We can slowly increase the amount in the future, David said with a smile. Admiral David, even if you cut me in half, I can't get 3,000 alchemy pattern weapons in a short time. The first batch of alchemy pattern weapons sent by Erdo Munitions has already been distributed. The second batch only has 2,000 alchemy pattern weapons. I can't give them all to you. Why don't you talk to Erdo Munitions and have them supply you with a batch of alchemy patterned weapons? I'll pay for it. What do you think? Although Minister Dalton said that there was no other way, he was actually smiling as he spoke. If Admiral David wanted to equip his army with alchemy pattern weapons, it would not be a problem. However, they could not go through the equipment department's procurement plan because Erdo Munitions production was limited. Erdo Munitions was David's property anyway. If they went through an unplanned supply plan, Erdo Munitions would not refuse. Okay, as long as the equipment department is willing to pay, I'll ask Erdo Munitions to send the alchemy pattern weapons directly to the 19th Fleet, David said with a smile. No matter how Minister Dalton listened, he felt that he had made a mistake. How many Transcendent and Kaji do you plan to equip with alchemy pattern weapons? Minister Dalton asked carefully. Of course, one for each of them, David replied without thinking. Chapter 1072. Minister Dalton ended the call in a very bad mood. General David's plan made him feel that there wouldn't be much surplus for a long time to come. The most important thing was that these alchemy-patterned weapons that didn't go through the Federal Military Equipment Department would have to be paid for by the Federal Military Equipment Department. But Minister Dalton couldn't refute General David's decision. As General David's own business, Erdo Arms would of course satisfy his needs as soon as possible. General David, can I share this good news with all Transcendent and Kaji? Lieutenant General Radnor said with some excitement. Although the weapons in the military couldn't be taken out of the military, the alchemy-patterned weapons would greatly increase the combat power of the Transcendent and Kaji. Especially after they had just implemented military discipline, giving them a slap and giving them some benefits was the way of the king of management. The benefits that David prepared for the 19th Fleet were too timely. It was a great support for Lieutenant General Radnor's work. No problem, let's continue to visit the Doomsday System, David said with a smile. Although the Doomsday System was damaged, it was rare for David to be able to study the Doomsday System at such a close distance. In another month, it was hard to say if he would have time to make a special trip here. Lieutenant General Radnor led the way while he sent out the news of the alchemy-patterned weapons. It immediately caused a sensation in the 19th Fleet. According to Lieutenant General Radnor, the 19th Fleet would be equipped with alchemy-patterned weapons in batches until every Transcendent and Kaji could use them. Just a minute after Lieutenant General Radnor sent out the news, his identity bracelet received a continuous stream of messages. They were all from the captains requesting the first batch of alchemy-patterned weapons. This made Lieutenant General Radnor, who was leading the way for General David, smile. With General David's support and without any resistance from the previous forces, Lieutenant General Radnor was confident that the 19th Fleet would have the strongest reaction and combat power in a short period of time. This would also be the most glorious moment in Lieutenant General Radnor's military history. Lieutenant General Radnor secretly thanked Grand Marshal André for the arrangement. David and Lieutenant General Radnor both had enough authority. Inside the Doomsday System, this was the Federation's most important weapon system. David swiped his identity card and entered the Doomsday System's energy supply cabin. The radiation warning around it indicated that it was not safe. "Lieutenant General Radner, you stay here. I'll take a look myself." David waved his hand, signaling for Radner to stay. "Please be careful. If the radiation indicator is too high, please leave immediately," Lieutenant General Radner reminded him. He didn't insist on going in himself. With Admiral David's strength, he might not care about the radiation, but as an ordinary person who was slightly stronger, he could not withstand the radiation. Out of curiosity, David ignored the radiation. The radiation showed that the energy supply system here had gone beyond the standard energy response. David's tour didn't last long. He walked out of the energy supply cabin in disappointment. This was because the most important energy generator in the entire energy supply cabin had been turned into a metal ball. This alloy material, which he thought had extremely high resistance, was melted by the excessive energy during the energy conversion process. Even if David used his spiritual perception at close range, he couldn't find the energy response principle of the Doomsday System. He couldn't study it in a short period of time. After staying on the aircraft carrier for a night, the next morning, all the ships of the 19th Fleet were ready to set sail. "General David, the 19th Fleet is ready. Please give your orders." Lieutenant General Radner looked at the data on the command screen and reported to David. David looked at the countless ships outside the porthole and felt a little excited. He waved his hand and ordered, "Let's go." David had encountered larger fleets in the past, but this was a fleet that belonged directly to him. It was completely different. This fleet would fight according to his will. Billions of soldiers would risk their lives for his one command. At the same time, he felt a sense of responsibility. The line of defense between the war zone and the Iridia system wasn't far from AL-001. The main reason was that AL-001 was the first support port behind the line of defense. 3 hours after the fleet set sail, the line of defense was already in sight. David looked at the star map on the command screen. The line of defense was made up of 2 parts. One was the fleet and the other was the bastion. Along the long line of defense, 50 bastions formed a complete line of defense. They wouldn't let any creature pass through. The other function of the bastions was to scan and pinpoint enemy positions. When a strong enemy was discovered, the fleet could use the bastion's positioning to launch long-range attacks. Of course, there wasn't much tension in the air. The last line of defense in the war zone had several times the actual military strength of this one. The defense was much tighter, and almost no creature could sneak through. 24th Fleet is withdrawing from the line of defense. Please accept orders. Just as the 19th Fleet approached the line of defense, the 24th Fleet sent a message. Communication between fleets was strictly forbidden. After the 24th Fleet left the line of defense, they couldn't stay any longer. They couldn't affect the 19th Fleet's deployment. 19th Fleet, take over the line of defense, Radner replied in a low voice. After a simple exchange of orders, the 24th Fleet quickly withdrew from the line of defense. At the same time, the 19th Fleet filled the empty space. David looked out the window. Because he was constantly under the pressure of the Interstellar Federation's protogenia, it was rare for him to fully unleash his psychic power. However, at this time, his spirit was frantically extending outwards, all for the sake of sensing something special, as if there was something in the void. It didn't take long for his psychic power to discover that 80 kilometers away, there was a ship using special stealth technology. It was slowly moving along a path. In addition to optical stealth technology, the ship also had the great world of God's isolation runes. When the ship shut down its engines and used the great world of God's alchemy runes to power it, the Federation's equipment found it much more difficult to detect. David also discovered that the ship was flying in the same direction as the 2 bastions' scanning systems. Because of the interference, the 2 bastions had to avoid scanning this narrow area. David's face grew cold. He knew the Federation's line of defense couldn't be flawless, but it was clear that someone was colluding with them. Otherwise, how could the Bastion's scanning range be leaked? The ship was trying to use this opportunity to sneak through the line of defense. More importantly, David discovered 2 live tiger-striped aphids inside the ship. The tiger-striped aphids were only first-level insectoids, but they were still alive. If they weren't properly managed, they could escape and cause a terrible disaster on the planet they escaped from. In the early days of the Federation, there were a few planets that had suffered from insectoid disasters. The military had no choice but to use space weapons to destroy the planet. Because other than destroying the planet where the insectoids lived, there was no way to completely control their hidden descendants. The Federation would never allow an insectoid plague to appear in a peaceful area. If there was even the slightest negligence, the insectoid plague would become a disaster for the entire Federation. David's fingers began to operate the command screen. Lieutenant General Radner was surprised, but didn't say anything. David obtained the right to operate a Gaussian cannon. This Gaussian cannon wasn't much of a weapon on an aircraft carrier. It was just a small short-range self-defense device. Without the use of high-grade ammunition, its power was pitifully small. Under his control, the Gaussian cannon quickly turned and loaded a normal round. He had forgotten how long it had been since he operated a weapon like this, but he was a lot stronger than before. Plus, he could lock on to the cannon in just 2 seconds. Firing a Gaussian cannon from a large fleet in space, even the nearby warships wouldn't be alerted. This showed how small this Gaussian cannon was. The Gaussian cannon's target was empty space. Lieutenant General Radner suppressed his curiosity. He didn't believe that General David would fire randomly. What was the most famous thing about General David? In the eyes of outsiders, it might be General David's terrifying close-range combat ability, but in the military, it was widely acknowledged that General David's long-range sniping ability was invincible. Because of this, Lieutenant General Radner believed that General David must have discovered something. However, no matter how he looked at the command screen, he couldn't see anything. In space, the range of the Gaussian cannon was many times longer, but 80 kilometers was definitely the furthest it could go. After flying for a few seconds, the bullet hit the corner of the invisible spaceship. This was where the isolation rune of the invisible spaceship was located. The bullet wasn't very powerful. It only made a small dent in the isolation rune. Alchemy runes had their own protective mechanism. Unless one was extremely lucky or had the skills of a master alchemist, it was impossible to break the protection of the rune. David used the bullet to hit the energy intersection point of the isolation rune, which was also the weakest point. The isolation rune lost its effect, and when the bullet bounced off, it brushed past the invisible spaceship and cut off the energy supply of the optical stealth system. David wasn't proud of this miraculous shot. At this distance, if he didn't hide his strength, he could easily break through all the camouflage of the invisible spaceship. The sudden appearance of the spaceship caused the 19th Fleet to react quickly. They actively locked on to the spaceship. The 6 Kajis inside the spaceship were still confused. They didn't expect the stowaway they were so close to succeeding would suddenly fail. After all, they'd managed to sneak past the front lines of the war zone. How could they fail at this one? But the blaring alarm told the 6 Kajis that they'd been discovered. They had nowhere to run, and were locked on by the military's weapons systems. If they dared make a move, they'd be attacked mercilessly. Gunther's face changed when he saw the ship appear from within Bastion 23. Use main gun number 3 to target the stowaway, he ordered as he keyed in the coordinate. Major, the fleet has the target under control. It's not a good idea for us to intervene. One of the soldiers spoke up. Carry out orders. Our mission is to make sure no one gets past the defense line. Gunther's eyes widened as he spoke. Bastion number 3's main gun locked on to the spaceship and began to charge. In 2 seconds, the ship would be blasted to smithereens. David was still looking in the direction of the ship when he sensed a pulse of energy. Bastion number 23 had exceeded his mental range, so he could only detect the pulse of energy from the main gun. He couldn't let the ship be destroyed. He had to find out who was behind it. Stowaways in front of him were not giving him any face. If it had been anyone else, even a 5th-level Temple Knight, they wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. But David was different. He immediately sent his consciousness into the small world within his soul space, where he activated the law of speed and obtained a special law of speed energy. He then transferred this law of speed energy to his main world. Although the Interstellar Federation's protogenia suppressed it, he'd been studying the protogenia of speed for a long time. It didn't affect him much. When the protogenia of speed took effect in his main world, the world around him came to a standstill. David calmly manipulated the controls on the screen. Fortunately, the ship's main guns were locked on to the ship. All he had to do was change the coordinates of one of the main guns. Unfortunately for him, he had to wait patiently for the AI systems to respond. Originally, the mothership's AI systems and the rest of the battleships had incredible computing power. Only the AI systems had to wait for instructions from humans. Never before had they been faster than the AI systems. David watched as the beam of energy from Bastion number 23 moved forward. The screen in front of him reflected the new controls. David retracted the protogenia of speed back into his pocket dimension. The main world returned to normal. The rest of the soldiers in the cockpit of the aircraft carrier only saw Admiral David enter something on the holographic screen, and then the unforgettable scene of the 19th Fleet happened. Bastion 23's main cannon was still 1,000 meters away from the ship when another beam from its main cannon struck it squarely. It was clear that the second gun had taken longer to recharge, and was more powerful than the one from Bastion number 23. The energy beams from the 2 main cannons collided in space and turned into a mass of energy waves. Chapter 1073. In theory, the energy beam fired by the main cannon could only be intercepted by another energy beam. However, in actual combat, the probability of this happening was very low. Every time this happened, it would make the news. This was why the soldiers of the 19th Fleet were so surprised when they saw the 2 beams cancel each other out. Lock down Bastion 23's weapons systems. Enforcer Kaji, head to the Bastion and investigate. Bring me the person who gave the order to attack. David ordered. Bastion 23's attack was too sudden. By the time David realized it, even if he used his authority to shut down the Bastion's weapons systems, it wouldn't have been able to stop the attack. David didn't want to activate the precepts of speed again. Shutting down Bastion 23's weapons systems would make capturing the person who gave the order much easier. Gunther wasn't bold enough to attack military personnel. His previous actions could be explained away as a desire for merit. However, the fact that he dared to attack Kaji was a different story altogether. Gunther's face was pale white and cold sweat trickled down his back. He didn't expect his foolproof attack to be intercepted. He knew that the military's investigation would come down soon. At this time, he couldn't order his men to continue firing because the screen in front of him and all the soldiers showed a warning that the system had been locked. Kaji the Enforcer is coming. One of the soldiers cried out in alarm. Bastion 23's weapons systems were locked down. The soldiers knew something bad had happened, and when they saw Kaji the Enforcer they panicked even more. While Kaji the Enforcer dealt with Bastion 23's affairs, a tractor beam pulled the ship toward the carrier. The eyes of the 6 soldiers on the spaceship were filled with despair and disappointment. Naturally, they were desperate because they knew what they were about to face. Whether it was smuggling or bringing live Zergs, they were all serious crimes. The lightest punishment was to spend the rest of their lives in the mines. What made them even more disappointed was that the beam was meant to kill them. No one could remain indifferent when their own people tried to kill them. The 6 Kajis were trained, but they couldn't accept this outcome. "Colonel Eugene, sorry to trouble you," David said to the intelligence officer, "Colonel Eugene. Please rest assured, General David. I will make them confess everything." Colonel Eugene's face flashed with excitement. "Lieutenant General Radner, it seems like this defensive line is quite vulnerable. Your mission is not easy," David said to Lieutenant General Radner. "Thank goodness you found this spaceship. Otherwise, if someone managed to sneak in on the first day the 19th Fleet was stationed here, the 19th Fleet would become a laughingstock," Radner said with some shame. "Now it's not the 19th Fleet's problem, but the 6th Iron Wall Fleet's." David smiled faintly. The 6th Iron Wall Fleet had the best equipment and was defending the last line of defense of the war zone. This line of defense had been maintained for countless years and had as many as 3 checkpoints, but even so, this spaceship had still managed to break through. Although the nature of the Stowaways and Bastion 23's attempt to silence them was vile, David didn't need to worry about it himself. He simply asked Cyril to organize all the relevant information and send it to the Federal High Command's Grand Admiral's office. This involved the 6th Iron Wall Fleet and the entire war zone's leadership. If the spaceship had been used to smuggle in materials or resources, it wouldn't have been so serious. However, the worst part of this incident was the 2 tiger aphids. Even a child in the Galactic Federation could tell how dangerous a living insectoid was. Knowing full well how dangerous the insectoids were, they still tried to smuggle them in. This was putting the lives of hundreds of millions of people in the Federation at risk. David stayed on board the aircraft carrier, waiting for the results of the investigation. Meanwhile, the 4 clones on Gammy had reached a critical point in their cultivation. They were getting closer and closer to breaking through to the demigod realm. He needed to spend more of his attention on the 4 clones, and the things that happened here had become insignificant. On Gammy, the energy-gathering array caused the planet's environment to become better and better. In order to make the energy rich, Gammy consumed a lot of top-grade kryptonite every day. However, in order to benefit the cultivation of the 4 clones, David didn't care about this consumption at all. Now that he had the Emperor Inheritance Rune, David didn't need to use too many resources. In the great world of God, not to mention becoming a demigod, even becoming a 5th-level Templar Knight required a terrifying amount of resources. In the history of the great world of God, those who became legendary and demigod knights were all top nobles who had huge amounts of resources or were funded by shrines. David supported himself and the 5 clones to reach the legendary pinnacle at the same time. One of the clones even reached the demigod level. If it wasn't for the help of the Imperial Totem, he would have gone bankrupt long ago. After 2 days of focused cultivation, he didn't receive any news of the 4 clones being promoted. However, he received an investigation report from Colonel Eugene. "General David, I'm here to report the results of the investigation," Colonel Eugene said tiredly. "Tell me, who has the guts to do such a thing?" David asked in a deep voice. He wasn't surprised that Colonel Eugene came out with an investigation report in 2 days. Colonel Eugene had the military's intelligence system behind him. The 6 Kaji are Kaji from the military. They belong to the Blackfield Army, Colonel Eugene replied in a deep voice. David paused. The Blackfield Army was a very special unit. Usually, almost no one in the Federal High Command mentioned it. The Blackfield Army was responsible for the exploration of the Outlands. In the early days of the Interstellar Federation, the Blackfield Army had made great contributions. However, as the exploration of the universe grew, the Outlands became more dangerous and their value dwindled. As a result, the Army, with its glorious past, was no longer valued. If it weren't for the Federation's laws clearly stating that the federal military must maintain the Blackfield Army's size, the Blackfield Army would have long since disappeared. The Blackfield Army became a very special unit of the federal military. Even the Federal High Command didn't have a representative of the Blackfield Army. It was as if the entire federal military had forgotten about the Blackfield Army. What's going on with Bastion 23? David didn't mention the Blackfield Army again. It wasn't something Colonel Eugene could ask about. Bastion 23's commander, Major Gunther, gave the order to attack. According to the video we've seen, he gave the order after the ship was found to be under their control. Major Gunther said he was bribed. He's told us everything. 5 of the Bastion's officers are involved. Colonel Eugene answered. Keep digging. We have to dig up every last one of these parasites. David's eyes were cold as he ordered. After Colonel Eugene left, David packed up all the information and sent it to Grand Marshal André. This was no longer an ordinary matter. With David delivering the information himself, Grand Marshal André could deal with it as soon as possible. Less than 20 minutes later, Grand Marshal André's signal came through David's bracelet. David, is there anyone with you? Grand Marshal André asked. No, I'm alone in my office. David didn't expect Grand Marshal André to be so careful. With his strength, no one could spy on him without being noticed. What I'm about to tell you is top-secret federal military information. The Blackfield Army hasn't reported to the Federal High Command for decades. I can get in touch with Commander Isherwood, but the Federal High Command's orders can't be passed on. The Blackfield Army doesn't obey orders from the Federal High Command. Grand Marshal André explained. Does the Federal High Command have no way to deal with the Blackfield Army? David couldn't believe the federal military was involved in something like this. My last Grand Marshal wanted to reorganize the Blackfield Army. He even stopped their supplies. But the Blackfield Army still exists, and they're doing very well. Grand Marshal André explained. David couldn't believe that a Blackfield Army could survive without supplies. Didn't those soldiers need to survive? According to the analysis of the General Staff, the Blackfield Army has most likely found a resource planet in the Outer Realm and gained a lot of benefits through mining. They might even have an administrative planet in the Outer Realm. From mining to warship production, they've achieved autonomy. The Blackfield Army is very familiar with the military's methods of obtaining intelligence. The Intelligence Department has no way of discovering the Blackfield Army's secret. Instead, the Interstellar Federation has spies bribed by the Blackfield Army. Grand Marshal André continued. The Blackfield Army was in charge of exploration. They had the complete technology to develop all kinds of planets, from resource planets to administrative planet. As long as the Blackfield Army discovered a planet, they could mine it alone. Ever since the Blackfield Army's last Grand Marshal stopped their military supplies, they broke off relations with the Federal High Command. The conflict between the two sides came from the distribution of benefit. The Federal High Command provided a lot of resources to the war zone and even amassed a lot of troops outside the war zone. In the past, the Blackfield Army could only receive the lowest military funding set by the law. This made everything difficult for the Blackfield Army. In order to survive, the Blackfield Army could only use the last of their resources to develop the Outer Realm. Their luck was very good. Before the resources were exhausted, the Blackfield Army found a solar system. Among the 12 planets, there was 1 administrative planet and 6 resource planets. The 6 resource planets produced extremely valuable minerals. In addition to the administrative planets, after development and construction, the Blackfield Army had found a self-sufficient base in the outer region. This provided the Blackfield Army with the conditions to completely break away from the Federal High Command. After the last Grand Marshal cut off their supplies, the Blackfield Army almost disappeared from the Federation. You mean you want me to destroy the Blackfield Army? David couldn't help but ask when he heard that the Blackfield Army was so dangerous. On the other side, Grand Marshal André had a strange expression when he heard David's words. He didn't mean that. It was an army, and not an ordinary one at that. It was a super-large army with at least 100,000 battleships and doomsday weapons. Of course, if the 10 sets of doomsday weapons were not used, they would still be in the hands of the Blackfield army. If they were used, who knew how many would be left? Although the Blackfield army's technology was strong, they didn't have the ability to repair used doomsday weapons. This technology was firmly in the hands of the Federal High Command. Once the 10 sets of doomsday weapons were locked on, no one would be able to escape the attack of these weapons. No one would be able to survive the attack of these weapons. These were God-slaying weapons. Grand Marshal André didn't think that David could block these doomsday weapons. Besides, the Blackfield army was still a Federation army. He had been working hard to solve this problem through negotiation. David, I'll deal with the Blackfield army. I don't want you to get too involved. I'm talking so much to you because I want you to hand the case to me. You can end the investigation on your side. Grand Marshal André's recent negotiations with the Blackfield army had achieved some result. He didn't want David to ruin it. I don't want to get involved in these political matters. However, this kind of smuggling of live Zergs must be prohibited. I still hope that the High Command will take this seriously. David couldn't help but shake his head. David also understood that the matter between the Blackfield army and the Federal High Command wasn't a simple grudge. It was a political matter. Some soldiers were dissatisfied with the system. He also extinguished the idea of teaching the Blackfield army a lesson. In fact, even if he wanted to teach them a lesson, he couldn't find the Blackfield army. I've already ordered the war zone to investigate this matter. All soldiers involved will be dealt with according to military law. Grand Marshal André promised. David disconnected his identity bracelet. If he had been a little interested in military matters before, that interest had completely disappeared after this conversation with Grand Marshal André. The Federation was very large. It was normal for there to be some strange voices. However, due to internal conflicts of interest, the Federal High Command was the first to violate the law and stop the Blackfield Army's supplies. This led to the Blackfield Army's resistance. It was impossible to determine who was right and who was wrong. Perhaps the Federal High Command and the Blackfield Army weren't wrong. They just had different standpoints. The Federal High Command sacrificed the Blackfield Army's interests for the Federation's safety. The Blackfield Army, on the other hand, fought against the Federal High Command for their own survival. David wasn't the Federal High Command's Grand Marshal. This matter of the Blackfield Army wasn't within the scope of his authority. If this matter wasn't related to the Blackfield Army, Grand Marshal André probably wouldn't have said anything to David. Chapter 1074. Who made this plan? Immediately remove him. How stupid must he be to provoke General David? Lieutenant General Nolan of the Blackfield Legion yelled at the intelligence officers through the long-distance communication. The Blackfield Legion wouldn't even bother with a small matter like smuggling. It was all handled by the intelligence department. When Lieutenant General Nolan, who was in charge of Federation affairs, received news of the loss of personnel and saw General David's name, he immediately called for a video conference. Although the Blackfield Legion was very strong, Lieutenant General Nolan didn't want to offend the terrifying General David at all. Whether it was General David's performance in the defense of the great world of God or the news that General David was a God-tier life form, all of it spoke volumes of General David's strength. For the sake of a single General David, the Blackfield Army couldn't possibly mobilize the entire army. Most importantly, because the Blackfield Legion had more and more bargaining chips, the negotiations between the Federal High Command and the Blackfield Legion were leaning in the Blackfield Legion's favor. At this time, Commander Isherwood of the Blackfield Legion didn't want any accidents to happen. If they wanted to kill General David, they would have to use the Doomsday Weapon. Once they used the Doomsday Weapon, the Blackfield Legion would have no weapon to deter the federal military, which would be disadvantageous to the negotiations later. After a secret meeting, many officers of the Elydia Star System's defense line were transferred away. General David, there have been some strange things recently. Many of the suspects in the previous investigation have been transferred away from the defense line. Colonel Eugene reported. Don't worry about this case. Send all the information you have, including the 6 Kaji and Major Gunther, to Grand Marshal Andre. David didn't care whether these officers were transferred away by the Blackfield Legion or Grand Marshal Andre. In any case, he didn't want to get involved in this kind of struggle. Yes, Colonel Eugene replied without hesitation. He had also guessed that something had happened. As an intelligence officer within the Federal High Command, how could he not know about the negotiations between the Federal High Command and the Blackfield Army? However, the level of this information was too high, so he could not even mention it. From now on, your main task will be to supervise Lieutenant General Bradford and Lieutenant General Radner. Give them some support. At the same time, you can use the security personnel in Erdo Arms when necessary. If the security personnel can't solve the problem, inform me. David said in a deep voice. Is there something you need? Colonel Eugene could tell that General David was talking about business, so he couldn't help but ask. I need to continue my seclusion for a while. Now that the Iridia sector is on the right track, and Grand Marshal Andre has promised me enough time to train, I'm sure he won't reject my request, David replied with a smile. It wasn't just the Interstellar Federation. In the great world of God and the insectoid world, everything was normal. David was prepared to completely separate himself from the outside world and focus on dealing with the promotion of his 4 clones. Otherwise, he would also feel uncomfortable. The promotion of his clones was right in front of him, yet he was constantly being disturbed by external affairs. It was better to announce to the outside world that he was going into seclusion. This way, he wouldn't have to come looking for him if anything happened, and he would have a reason to turn off his identity bracelet and not contact the outside world. As expected, when David brought up the matter of seclusion to Grand Marshal Andre didn't refuse. David even left his fleet at the defense line and flew into space alone. He didn't fly too far. As long as he was far away from the military's scan, he chose the great world of God's space coordinates and activated the wormhole. From the wormhole, he returned to the 500 meters underground of Gamma Planet. David returned to the surface and released the demigod clone, followed by the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit and Black Dragon Alexis. The Black Dragon Alexis was still the size of a kitten as it jumped on David's shoulder. The demigod knights of the Holy Spirit activated the shadow of the divine weapon Dark Shadow and merged into David's shadow. Only the demigod clone was brought by David to the 4 clones that were training and sat down with them. After the demigod clone arrived at the great world of God, the laws of the world here had quite a bit of suppression on him. However, since the demigod clone had the body of a black dragon and was on the path of becoming a god, his strength was not weakened much. The demigod clone sat beside the 4 clones and began to train the black dragon's slumber. Although his training made the already insufficient energy even more scarce, the demigod's training was also affecting the 4 clones. The super-large chi-gathering magic circle could not support the cultivation of a demigod. Fortunately, the 4 clones had already reached the pinnacle of their powers and did not require too much energy. Hence, the cultivation of the 4 clones was not interrupted. David's mind split into 5 and entered the souls of the 5 clones. Through this method, he made the connection between the souls of the 5 clones extremely tight. From the demigod clone, various demigod-level understanding of the Black Dragon's power allowed the 4 clones to have a better understanding of the power. The 4 clones were genetically identical to the demigod clone. In a sense, they were the same life as David, but they were split apart. The experience of the demigod clone becoming a demigod might not be significant for David's main body, but it would be decisive for the 4 clones that had the same training foundation. Almost at the same time, the scales of the black dragon appeared on the bodies of the 4 clones. The black dragon's power rule pattern also appeared on the bones of the 4 clones. David almost immediately asked the demigod clone to end the black dragon's slumber. He was mainly worried that the cultivation of the demigod clone would take up too much energy. However, that was not enough. David's main body took out a large number of top-level krypton crystals from the dimension pendant and distributed them in the nodes of the super-large spirit gathering circle. Under this kind of reckless consumption, the energy surrounding the 4 clones suddenly became denser, surpassing the speed at which the clones were absorbing it. Just like the demigod clones leveling up, the 4 clones were fusing with the black dragon's power rule pattern under the rich energy supply. David had been watching carefully. The energy wings on his back were already open, waiting for any accidents to happen so that he could rescue them immediately. Soon, the bodies of the clones were unable to withstand the fusion, and parts of their bodies began to collapse. A rain of undying life force fell on the bodies of the 4 clones, nourishing their damaged bodies. Just like that, the 4 clones passed through the most difficult leveling up of all legend. David's spirit was lifted. The most crucial moment had arrived. However, to his disappointment, the 4 clones did not suddenly grow in size like the demigod clone did. After 2 of the clones completed the fusion, there were no more changes. As for the other 2 clones, a small energy dot appeared in front of one of them. Then, the energy dot flickered and disappeared. The other clone had a strange energy shield in front of it. The energy shield was not big, and it was a little like the small round shield used by Knight. The fact that there were changes meant that the 2 clones had at least obtained their own special demigod talent ability. The black dragon Alexis was interested and asked curiously, "This ratio is too big. Could it be that your talent will affect your demigod talent ability?" David could not answer this question. If what the black dragon Alexis said was true, and when a black dragon became a demigod, only a small number of black dragons could obtain demigod talent ability, then the probability of the clones obtaining demigod talent ability was indeed a little high. The 5 clones obtained 3 demigod talent abilities, and they were not exactly the same. This energy shield is the melt talent ability, and this energy dot is the offensive point explosion talent ability. With the black dragon Alexis watching, David did not even need to look at the demigod talent ability. David waited for the situation of the 4 clones to stabilize before entering the soul of the clone that had the strange phenomenon of the energy shield. In the soul space, he saw a melt pattern. After connecting with his mind, he received the detailed information of the melt talent ability. The melt talent ability was an extremely powerful defensive talent ability. When the clone's attack power was lower than the strength of the clone encountered the melt shield, it would be completely immune. However, when the clone's attack power was higher than the melt shield, part of the attack power would be reduced. The reduction of the attack power was determined according to the clone's strength. Even the size of the melt shield was related to the clone's strength. Although the melt shield was very small at the moment, it would be very useful in the future. It was the top defensive talent ability of the demigod talent ability. The scariest thing about the melt shield was not its immunity and reduction to normal attacks, but its ability to resist all kinds of special attack. Most defensive talent abilities were more or less unable to deal with special energy, such as sound wave energy, various elemental energy, spatial energy, and so on. However, the melt shield used the black dragon force field produced by the black dragon force field to form the melt shield. This was because the black dragon force was the talent ability of the black dragon. The Black Dragon was also the representative of extremely strong defense among the giant dragons. The Black Dragon Force was born with a natural defensive ability. When it became a demigod defensive talent ability, this defensive ability was strengthened. David tried to let the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit simulate a variety of attack powers to test the Melt Shield produced by the Melt Shield talent ability. Only the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit had the attack power and the power of the Melt Shield. If an ordinary level 5 bishop were to attack the Melt Shield with special energy, the power would not be able to reach the test result. The demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit attack was very comprehensive. Fire, ice, space, sound wave, and so on. It could be said that as long as David could think of an attack, the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit could do it. All kinds of attacks landed on the Melt Shield, and were all blocked by the Melt Shield. David then sent his mind into the soul of the clone that had the concentrated point explosion innate ability. After coming into contact with the concentrated point explosion innate ability, he understood everything about the concentrated point explosion innate ability. The point explosion talent ability and the melt talent ability happened to be one for offense and one for defense. The clone would gather a large amount of the Black Dragon force field at one point and then explode at that point in an instant to form a terrifying attack. It was very difficult to compress the field. If the clone did not automatically learn the demigod talent ability, point explosion, when it became a demigod, it would have to be at the peak of the demigod level at the very least to be able to compress the field. The point explosion talent ability allowed the clone, which had just become a demigod, to have the attack power of a peak demigod or even a beginner demigod. Of course, the point explosion talent ability was not without its shortcomings. It consumed too much energy and took too long to prepare. Therefore, the point explosion talent ability had to be used carefully. David controlled the clone to activate the point explosion talent ability. The point explosion pattern appeared in front of him. After that, he felt the Black Dragon force field that had integrated into his body rush into the point explosion pattern as he activated the point explosion talent ability. He only felt that his whole body was drained. It was caused by the excessive consumption of the Black Dragon force field. After the Black Dragon force field had integrated with his body, the Black Dragon force field in his body was equivalent to an important part of his body. David did not care about the draining. Instead, he looked at the gathering point of the point explosion talent ability in front of him. After the Black Dragon force field entered the point explosion pattern, it was gathered into one point. This point contained energy that made David's scalp tingle. This was the gathering point of the point explosion talent ability. As the energy contained in it was far from what David could control at the moment, it only took half a second for the gathering of the Black Dragon force field to explode. There was not much energy impact around the explosion because almost all of the energy was exploding inward. In front of the cloned avatar, the void seemed to have been broken, and an empty spot appeared. This empty spot only lasted for a breath of time before it disappeared. However, this caused David to be extremely shocked. The empty spot that appeared in the void was a phenomenon caused by the space being broken. Previously, only the battle between the Black Dragon Alexis and the Titan Golden Emperor had such an attack power. This phenomenon had only appeared when the two sides attacked each other. Although David's clone was not as powerful as the Black Dragon Alexis and the Titan Golden Emperor, after using the point explosion talent ability, it could achieve a god-level power. After ending the experiment, David let the 4 clones that had reached the level of demigod continue to stabilize their strength. However, there was not enough energy for the 4 demigod-level clones to cultivate together. David had to continuously consume top-level krypton crystals to meet the requirements. Chapter 1075. When the strength of the 4 clones stabilized, David could finally relax. He also stopped using the top-level kryptonite. His repeated consumption of top-grade kryptonite had caused his stock of top-grade kryptonite to dwindle. Since the largest production of top-grade kryptonite was on Warstar, he would have to wait until the next great world of gods to redistribute its resources before he could have a large amount of top-grade kryptonite. Of course, if David didn't care about killing the goose that laid the golden eggs, he could have mined the super-large kryptonite mine in the Divine Artifact space card. There was a huge amount of top-level kryptonite reserves there. However, David wouldn't do that. That place could produce perfect kryptonite. He didn't leave the pregnancy crystal there just for the top-level kryptonite. Besides, once his clones finished leveling up, he wouldn't need the top-level kryptonite. For safety's sake, David waved his hand and put the Black Dragon Alexis and all of his clones into the Divine Artifact space card. His figure continuously used the space dash and activated the underground sneak talent ability. He returned to the Divine Great World safe spot 500 meters below the surface of the Gamma star. David chose the spatial coordinates of the insectoid world's safe point and activated the wormhole. He flashed into the wormhole, and when he reappeared, he was at the familiar safe zone of the Bug Tribe world. David summoned the 5 clones from the Divine Artifact space card. Just like last time, he used the Divine Artifact Knight's battle sword to cut open the clones' palms. The 5 clones' palms were connected to allow their blood to flow. The Emperor inheritance pattern absorbed the power of faith in the surroundings. Strands of divine power were generated in the clones. Since the clones were now demigods, their bodies were semi-energized, so they could accept the strengthening of divine power. However, it was clear that it wasn't easy to level up as a demigod. Even with the Emperor inheritance pattern, the process was extremely slow. David had some understanding of the demigod realm. For example, the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit belonged to the early stages of the demigod realm. As for the 5 demigod clones, they were still far from this level. Judging from the speed of the transformation of the inheritance pattern, it would take at least half a year for them to reach the level of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit. From David's point of view, this speed was already extremely slow. However, the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit had consumed a large amount of the best resources of the shrines back then, and even used the massive amount of power of faith stored by the god. Even so, it took him 100 years to reach the beginner level of demigod. Without the resources provided by the shrines, who controlled an entire world, a top nobleman would not be able to reach the demigod rank. Even if they did, they would not have the resources to upgrade themselves. With David's current wealth, he had only obtained it by robbing a few top noblemen. Although it seemed like a lot, it was still not enough to sustain the training of a demigod. Although David had a great reputation in the great world of God, his real income was still very little. He could only rely on the resources allocated by the Lord of the great world of God. Fortunately, the great world of God would give him a double share of the top nobleman's resources next time. Lord Harlow also had the right to distribute the top nobleman's resources. David, who was paying attention to the training of the 5 demigod clones, suddenly noticed something strange. When the 5 demigod clones appeared, they were like 5 connected souls sharing one body. Why was it called one body? It was because the blood of the 5 demigod clones was connected. There was not a trace of rejection between them, and they had truly become one body. After the initial chaos, the 5 hearts gradually became unified. They beat at the same time, and at the same time, they suppressed the terrifying energy contained in the mercury-like golden blood that flowed through the 5 connected bodies. David also noticed that the blood of the demigod clones had left the red of a human and turned golden. It was like the blood of an injured god that he had seen. When David's mind entered the soul of one of the demigod cloned avatars, He felt that this special body was truly an independent body. He could feel every muscle, skin, and even cells in each of the 5 bodies in the special body. David could also freely control this special body. Although it was a little awkward, he would be able to master it after some practice. David's heart skipped a beat. If he used this special body to perform the special talent of a demigod, would there be any difference? However, before that, he still summoned the black dragon Alexis. The black dragon Alexis shook its cat-like body unhappily. This world made it very unhappy. The suppression of the world's rules prevented it from using its full strength. David shared the senses of the 5 half-body clones with the black dragon Alexis and asked, "Alexis, look at my clones. Is this normal?" The black dragon Alexis sensed for a while, and its eyes were filled with shock. This was because it had never seen such a scene in its long life. 5 clones that practiced the same technique, had the same blood origin, and had all reached the level of a demigod. This might have happened before. However, the 5 clones' bodies did not reject each other at all. They were compatible with each other's blood and energy. This was something that should not have happened at all. Not to mention that every individual who practiced had their own privacy. No one would allow others to learn everything about themselves, let alone allow others' blood to enter their own body. As long as one of the demigods was disloyal, the rest of the demigods would die. If a master who could reach the level of a demigod did not have the heart to guard against others, he would have died a terrible death. Of course, this was not the biggest problem. The biggest problem was that even if there were 5 demigods who were willing to let go of everything about themselves, the body's instinct to reject each other and the energy that they practiced could not be eliminated. The energy that they practiced could strengthen themselves, but to others, it was a terrible poison. As long as it entered the body of others, it would forcefully destroy the body's tissues. This wouldn't change just because they cultivated the same cultivation method. This was a rule. David's demigod clones were too special. They should not have appeared in the first place. The 5 demigod clones had the same genes as David, and under David's special attention, they practiced the same technique, black dragon's hibernation. Even during the process of their own improvement, they were strengthened through the connection of their bodies through the Emperor's inheritance pattern. This unprecedented operation had resulted in the emergence of this unprecedented special existence. "My lord, I don't know if this is normal, but it shouldn't be a big problem," the black dragon Alexis replied. In fact, the black dragon Alexis wanted to yell at David. How was this normal? How was this normal? How could it be normal if a god-level black dragon like him, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, had not seen this before? However, the longer he followed David, the more the black dragon Alexis could withstand the unexpected. At least when he saw such a shocking situation, the black dragon Alexis could calm down and answer David's question without changing his expression. "I feel that the 5 bodies are connected through this method. It's like a complete body," David said. He thought for a while and changed his words. "I don't think it's like a complete body. It doesn't feel like 5 bodies were pieced together at the last minute. You should use this feeling to research a battle method that is more suitable for this state." The black dragon Alexis looked at the scene where the 5 clones were connected and thought about David's words. The combat power of 5 independent demigods would be fundamentally different from the combat power of 5 demigods gathered together. At the level of demigod and above, one could no longer rely on numbers to crush others. Instead, it depended on whose combat power was stronger. If one's combat power was stronger by a level, then numbers would no longer matter. "I think so too. I want to try using the demigod level talent ability." David nodded in agreement. "Then try using the melt talent ability, which has the least impact. If there's no problem, then experiment with the other demigod talents," the black dragon Alexis suggested. David did not plan to experiment with the giantification talent ability first. He was also afraid of damaging the surrounding environment if he used the concentrated point explosion talent ability here. This was an extremely precious space stone mine. Although he did not plan to mine the space stone because he wanted to preserve the space fissure here for a long time, once the space stone mine was damaged, it was hard to say how long the space fissure could last. David did not want to lose such a hidden space in the Zerg world. Only the melt talent ability was a defensive one. It did not have any substantial offensive abilities, so it was very safe. David thought as he connected to the soul of the demigod clone that had the melt talent ability and activated the melt talent ability from the soul space. He felt the black dragon power law in the 5 clones all being activated. It poured out and flowed into the melt rune in front of him, then turned into a melt shield. David felt the fatigue of this special body. Fortunately, the king's inheritance rune was still running and quickly replenished the black dragon power law he had lost. He felt the fatigue in his body disappear in an instant. It was then that he noticed the melt shield in front of him. Compared to the melt shield activated by the demigod clone, this melt shield was much bigger. It was a small round shield before, but now it was a tower shield. The tower shield could defend in a complete direction, which made up for the flaw of the melt talent ability to a certain extent. Black Dragon Alexis reminded, "Sir, you have not mastered the melt talent ability yet. You have to try to control the consumption of the black dragon power law in your body. I've seen a black dragon use the melt shield to form a melt shield with a suitable amount of black dragon power law. When the melt shield is no longer needed, the black dragon power law will return to the body." Black Dragon Alexis was so proactive because it could teach David less and less. If it did not say more now, it would not be able to teach him in the future. When David heard what Black Dragon Alexis said, he was slightly stunned. He looked at the melt shield in front of him and wanted to see if he could restore the melt shield to the black dragon power law energy. However, it was not that easy. He tried a few times and the melt shield collapsed, but it did not restore even a trace of the black dragon power law energy. David did not think that Black Dragon Alexis was spouting nonsense. There was only one possibility. His mastery of the melt talent ability was too low. Let's leave this place and try the other 2 demigod talents outside. David did not try the melt talent ability again. He wanted to try the other 2 demigod talents. To be honest, this was also because David had 5 demigod clones, as well as the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit and Black Dragon Alexis. Although these combat forces were greatly affected by the Bug Tribe world's world rules, no matter what, the strength of 1 god level and 6 demigods was enough to make waves in any world they were placed in. After David came to the Bug world, he had not left the space rift. Now that he had such strong power, he wanted to go out and take a look. Leaving the space rift required the ability of space. Although David's space talent ability was not strong, it was still possible for him to bring a few people out of the space rift using Space Dash. The Space Dash went through the space barrier, and when they reappeared, they were already in a void. As there was no map of the Bug world, David did not know where they were in the Bug world. However, with his and the Black Dragon Alexis sensing ability, they could confirm that there were no planets, at least very far away. This made David lose the idea of exploring. Thinking about it, the space giant beetle had set this place as a safe spot because it was absolutely safe. Of course, it would be impossible to get close to the Bug Tribe's gathering area. This was good too. If there was an area where the Bug Tribe gathered, David would be in trouble. The Bug Tribe's special way of transmitting information. Unless all the Bug Tribe was killed in an instant, it was hard to say if there would be any Bug Tribe that had the ability to transmit information and spread the news that humans had appeared in the Bug Tribe's territory. If that happened, there would be a large number of Bug Tribes tracking this place, and it would be hard to say if the bug tribe's safe spot could continue to be hidden. David did not have to think about these problems at the moment. He was completely free to experiment with his own ideas. David's mind went back into the demigod clones' bodies. The demigod clones' hands were still connected, and the blood was circulating in their bodies. Chapter 1076. David first experimented with the point explosion talent ability. This time, he didn't use all of his power. Instead, he deliberately reduced some of his power. Even so, when the point explosion talent ability was used and formed an attack point in front of him, the space was penetrated, but it immediately recovered. David concluded that he didn't use all of his power, but it was still several times more powerful than the point explosion talent ability of a demigod clone. It was enough to threaten the weaker gods to a certain extent. Just like the fallen plague god Gladstone, David didn't know how powerful the plague god Gladstone was when he was in his prime. But judging from the body of the plague god Gladstone, this point explosion could definitely break through the defense of the plague god Gladstone. David was very satisfied with this kind of power. He still remembered being punched by the plague god Gladstone, and being sent flying without being able to fight back. If it wasn't for the energy wings and the recovery of the immortal life force, it was doubtful that he would have survived. Only 2 years had passed, and David already had the ability to fight back in front of such an existence. Of course, this didn't include the Black Dragon Alexis. If the Black Dragon Alexis was included, David could make the plague god Gladstone look for his teeth on the ground. Just as David was about to switch to the last demigod talent ability, gigantification, he made a new discovery. When his mind entered the soul space of General David's clone, he saw the existence of 4 talent patterns. David couldn't believe it and resensed it. There were indeed 4 talent patterns. General David's clone only had 2 talent patterns in the soul space of General David's clone, sword art and gigantification. General David's clone had very few talent abilities. It was far less diverse than the main body. The sword art talent ability was also shared by David to ensure that all of his clones had the ability to protect themselves. It was also the only talent ability that David could copy through the knowledge energy ball. In addition to the sword art talent ability, General David's clone could only use the Black Dragon Power Rule and the Black Dragon Power Rule domain. This was an extension of the power of the Black Dragon. It wasn't until he became a demigod that he mastered a new talent ability, gigantification. However, General David's clone also sensed the melt talent ability and the point explosion demigod talent ability. General David's clone had mastered all of the demigod talents of the 5 clones. How could this be? As David thought about it, his heart skipped a beat. It seemed like the reason was that he had activated the melt demigod talent ability and the point explosion demigod talent ability after combining the 5 clones into an independent whole. This was David's guess. It was easy to prove this guess. All he had to do was look at the soul space of the other demigod clones. David's heart skipped a beat and he went to the soul space of another demigod clone. As expected, there were 3 talent patterns floating there. The soul space of the other 3 demigod clones was the same. Compared to the soul space of General David's clone avatar, it only lacked the gigantification demigod talent ability, and General David had not used a special merged body to test the gigantification demigod talent ability. This was a good thing. His 5 clones could master 3 demigod talent. Their combat power was greatly guaranteed. However, before this, David had to activate the gigantification demigod talent ability once. With his previous experience, David's heart went into the soul space of General David's clone and activated the gigantification talent ability. Every cell of the 5 clones started to swell, and black dragon scales started to appear on their skin. The 5 clones soon reached a height of 200 meters. When they reached 200 meters, David felt that this was his limit. It wasn't that he didn't have enough energy, but his body wasn't strong enough. He couldn't take any more growth. David didn't force it. The gigantification of 200 meters gave him a corresponding boost in strength and speed. A terrifying aura was emitted from the gigantification of 200 meters. As the gigantification talent ability was beyond the clone's control, it couldn't hide its aura at all after the gigantification. Wait, what's that over there? David and the black dragon Alexis turned to look into the distance at the same time. In order to ensure the safety of the space rift in the bug tribe's safe spot, David purposely stayed a distance away from the space rift when he was experimenting with the demigod talent ability. Before the experiment, he and the black dragon Alexis purposely sensed the situation around them. They only started the experiment after making sure that there were no living beings around. The gigantified clones combined and flew toward the abnormal reaction in an extremely strange way. At the same time, they brought David's original body with them. David's original body was not as fast as the demigod clones without activating the speed rule, let alone the 5 demigod clones combined in the gigantification state. With David's senses, he had already determined the exact location of the abnormal reaction. Even if there were no abnormalities, he quickly arrived at the location. In the void there was only a huge rock. In space there were many huge rocks. In some special environments there were even billions of these huge rocks. Most of these rocks did not have any value. The rock in front of him was one of them. There was no energy reaction, and there were no useful components. If it were not for the presence of the combined demigod clones, David would have thought that it was a floating object that could be seen everywhere in space. Alexis, help me see if there's anything strange about this place. David scanned it with his mind. He did not find anything suspicious, so he said to the black dragon Alexis on his shoulder, I feel like there's something, but I can't find it. But there must be something strange about this place. The black dragon Alexis replied. David was really interested. Even the black dragon Alexis could not find it. Based on his judgment, there must be something special about this place. With a thought, he gathered the strength of the gigantified clones, and the black dragon's power formed a terrifying pressure on his feet. Because the hands of the gigantified clones were connected to each other, they could only use their feet to attack. Of course, David was only putting on an act. He did not want to destroy this place before he discovered the secret. Great being, please let us go. A consciousness extended from the rock and contacted David's mind to send a message. Using consciousness instead of language was a method that many races used when they encountered other races. Because in a state of mind, any language would be converted into pure consciousness. Using pure consciousness to send thoughts, there was no need to worry about the inconvenience of different languages. What are you? Come out and meet me. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't destroy this place, David said in a low voice. At the same time, he used his mind to send a message. David was extremely surprised. Even if the other party spoke, he could not find where they were. Even the black dragon Alexis on his shoulder was the same. This made him even more interested. 3 silhouettes flew out of the stone. David wrinkled his brows, because these 3 silhouettes were completely composed of energy. They looked like the energy doppelgangers of a 5th-rank temple knight, but clearly these 3 silhouettes weren't energy doppelgangers, but real energy lifeforms. David could sense that they had complete souls. At the same time, their bodies were very transparent, giving David the feeling that they would disappear at any time. Great being, I am the leader of the astrals, Sai. This is Ao and Lei. They are all elders of the astrals. The figure that spoke was draped in an extremely special robe. This robe was also formed of energy. Astrals. David repeated in confusion. He looked at the black dragon Alexis on his shoulder with a questioning gaze. The black dragon Alexis shook its head, indicating that it had not heard of this before. This was the insectoid world, and the astrals could be a race unique to the insectoid world. We are the last foreign race in this world. After this world was completely taken over by the insectoids, there was no space for other races to live. The foreign races all went into hiding to avoid the insectoids' encirclement. As the leader of the astrals spoke, he looked at the gigantified clones with a fearful gaze. If they were hiding, why did they show themselves? David asked. When the gigantified clones had released their energy, if it had not been for that strange reaction, David and the black dragon Alexis would not have been able to discover the existence of the astrals. We sensed the presence of a god-class insectoid. We thought we were discovered, Sai said helplessly. If they had not sensed the presence of the godly power from the ultimate king's inheritance rune, which was like a nightmare to them, they would not have messed up their energy and exposed themselves in their moment of desperation. With the god-class insectoid here, the leader of the astrals only had one thought, and that was that the astrals had been discovered. However, when the terrifying energy chased after them, they realized that they had made a mistake. It was not the insectoids that had come, but a foreign race just like them. In the insectoid world, all races other than the insectoids were considered foreign. Only the insectoids were the masters of this world. This could be seen from the fact that the world's laws were tilted towards the insectoid. The insectoids had destroyed almost all life in this world, including plants and animals. Only the insectoids, who could absorb any energy and reproduce, could survive in this world. The world's laws were also adapted to the insectoids' living habits, making it even harder for the other foreign races to survive. When the leader of the astrals discovered the foreign race, he had his own considerations. The astrals were very special, and it was because of this that they were able to survive by preserving their energy. However, without a source of energy for a long time, the astrals could not sustain the existence of a large number of astrals. In order to preserve a little bit of hope and hope for the astrals made the most difficult choice. Other than the leader of the astrals, Sai, and the two elders, the rest of the astrals were turned into life seeds that could be preserved with very little energy. Even so, the energy of the astrals was constantly decreasing. They were not far from disappearing completely. At this time, the appearance of David and the other foreign races gave the leader of the astrals some hope. The combination of the powerful and terrifying gigantified clones and the slightly weaker David made the spirit tribe patriarch Sai feel that this foreign race must be extremely powerful. Otherwise, there was no way they could survive and be so powerful under the watchful eyes of the insectoids. As long as the astrals could obtain a little energy, they would be able to survive. Under David's threat, the leader of the astrals also appeared. In order to show his attitude, the last three astrals of the astrals all appeared. Of course, there was no other way. If they did not show enough sincerity in front of David, he was afraid that David would ignore them. Since you are not insectoids, then that's it. I will not disturb you. David saw through the leader of the astrals' worries and said with a smile, "Great existence, I have a request. Can you take in the astrals?" The leader of the astrals heard that David was going to leave and hurriedly begged. This was the last hope of the astrals. If David really left, then the astrals would slowly disappear. What ability does the astrals have? David was not a good person. Furthermore, this involved a race, not a human race, so he did not care about what the other party thought. He only cared about the value. In fact, David did not need the leader of the astrals to say much. Just by looking at the bodies of the three astrals that could disappear at any time, he could tell that the astrals did not have an easy life. However, this was definitely not the reason why David took in the astrals. Whether it was the Interstellar Federation or the Great World of God, they were both human worlds. The astral's way of life was completely different from that of humans. If they were not controlled, it would bring irreparable trouble to both worlds. Great existence, our race is associated with plants. We can help them grow and improve their quality. We cannot fight for you, but we can manage any plants for you. The leader of the astrals said worriedly. The leader of the astrals was worried because there were no more plants in the insectoid world. The value of the astrals had disappeared. It was because of the disappearance of plants that the astrals lost their living space. Originally, if they did not encounter a race like the insectoids that completely destroyed plants, other races would have allowed the astrals to exist. This was because the astrals could increase the production of plants and obtain more food. Chapter 1077. David did not sense any malice from Sai, but he did not think it was real. After all, the spirit race was very good at hiding. Even the black dragon Alexis could not detect the existence of the spirit race. You said that the spirit race has lived in the insect world for a long time. Do you have a star map? David asked. Perhaps the two worlds had different names for the star maps, but through mental communication, it was automatically converted into words that Sai could understand. Great being, the spirit race has been all over the world for a long time, but the star map we have is from 10,000 years ago. I hope it will be useful to you. Sai said without hesitation. Sai sent a mass of information to David's mind. After receiving it, he realized that it was a star map. Although the way the star map was displayed was very strange, and it was obvious that the spirit race's knowledge system was different from the Interstellar Federation and the Great World of God, there were many similarities between different civilizations. After looking at it for a while, David found a way to understand it. He nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the map. He had found the information he was looking for. His current position and the situation around him were all recorded in the map. The star map was very old, but it did not mean that it was useless. 10,000 years might be an earth-shattering change for a civilization, but for a world, the change was not big. When Sai sensed David's satisfaction, he could not help but feel relieved. The leader of the spirit race, Sai, could tell that the giant monster was not the leader. The one in front of him was the one who decided their fate. If the astrals didn't prove their worth, then they would probably die out slowly. As the leader of the spirit race, Sai did not want the spirit race to die out even if he had to pay with his life. This is very helpful to me. Tell me your request. How do you need me to help you? David thought for a moment and asked in a deep voice. If Sai's request was very high, David would not help. For example, if he asked David to give them a planet, David would turn and leave. I need plants. The leader of the spirit tribe, Sai, was afraid that he was asking for too much. He emphasized, just one plant is enough. With a plant, the spirit tribe will have the energy to survive. David was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected the spirit race's patriarch competition's requirements to be so low. However, Sai, the leader of the spirit tribe, did not think so. To the insectoid world, aside from some planets with life that had never been discovered before, all the plants and creatures on the planets that had been discovered by the insectoids had gone extinct. The plants of the insectoid world were equivalent to the natural treasures of other worlds, which was why the leader of the spirit tribe only asked for one plant. That way, they could at least barely sustain the life seed's existence. As for the 3 spirit tribe members, they would completely return to the origin of the world after expending the last of their energy. I don't know much about the spirit race. I will first arrange a space with plants for the spirit race to live in. That space will be ruled by my will. If you violate our agreement, you will be expelled and thrown back here. David said in a low voice. Great existence, the spirit race will honor your will. Sai, the leader of the spirit tribe, said happily when he heard David's agreement. I will put you into the space. Don't resist. David spread out his consciousness and enveloped the 3 spirit tribe members. Elder Ao wanted to say something, but Sai stopped him. The 3 spirit tribe members did not resist. David's consciousness easily encircled them into the space of the divine artifact space card. When Sai, Elder Ao, and Elder Lay of the spirit tribe entered the cultivation space, they felt the familiar scent of plants. Then, the green space in front of them moved them so much that they almost burst into tears. The spirit tribe's life form was very special. As long as there was energy, they could exist. Even if they were severely injured, they could return to being a life seed and wait for rebirth. Originally, the spirit tribe could not be destroyed. They stood aloof from worldly affairs. As long as there were plants, they could survive. However, the spirit tribe and the insectoids lived in the same world, so their fate was decided. Sai, the leader of the spirit tribe, touched a jujube tree with his trembling hand and felt the flowing green energy. He was very careful not to absorb the green energy, even if it could replenish his body's energy in a short time and get rid of his weakness. Sai remembered that he asked David for a jujube tree. The energy of this tree was to be used as a life seed for the continuation of the spirit tribe. Elder Ao and Elder Lay also looked at the green energy with great desire. They did not do anything. For the sake of their race, they did not care about any sacrifice. Great existence, please take me out of here. I want to bring some things in, Sai said carefully to the void. Sai could feel that David's consciousness had not left this place. He was not worried that his message could not be sent out. David smiled. He wrapped his consciousness around the spirit clan leader and took out the divine space card. Then, he returned to space. He was very satisfied with Sai, the leader of the spirit tribe. He followed the rules very well. David had long since noticed that Sai was hiding something. If the space in the divine artifact space card didn't meet Sai's requirements, Sai probably wouldn't have revealed such an important item. Great being, I hope that the spirit clan can take care of the cultivation space for you. I can guarantee that the plants there will be more luxuriant, and the quality of the fruits produced will also be greatly improved. We only need to consume a little energy that won't affect the growth of the plants. Sai, the leader of the spirit clan, put forward a clear request after learning about the cultivation space. Sure, but can the 3 of you manage it? David asked Sai, the leader of the spirit clan. Sai was only 1.5 meters tall. Due to his weak energy, he looked very thin. Actually, there are not only the 3 of us. The rest of the spirit tribe have turned into life seeds and are hiding there. After Sai made his decision, he did not hide it from David. He pointed at the stone beside him and said. As Sai pointed, the surface of the stone fell off, revealing what was inside. It was a giant tree trunk. It seemed to have been weathered for a long time, and the tree trunk had withered. On the top of the tree trunk, there were densely arranged small, shiny seeds. David could sense that there wasn't much life energy in the tree trunk. He could see that these shiny seeds were being maintained by the life energy in the tree trunk. David guessed that the life energy would not last much longer. Once the life energy completely disappeared, the shiny seeds would not be able to survive. However, David was very curious. How did the tree trunk avoid his and Black Dragon Alexis's senses? He had checked the scattered stones on the surface, but there was nothing special about them. The only possibility was the tree trunk. Great being, these are my people. As long as you allow them to absorb the life energy of some plants, they can grow into spirit tribe members and serve you. The spirit tribe is willing to give you the trunk of the world tree. Sai, the leader of the spirit tribe, looked at the glowing seeds with eyes full of hope and longing. At this point, Sai had no way out. The life seeds and the world tree trunk were both in front of David. David had the right to decide what to do with them. The world tree trunk. This is the world tree trunk. Black Dragon Alexis's mind inserted itself into the mental conversation between David and Sai. The spirit tribe leader was shocked. Sai had always thought that the creature standing on David's shoulder was a pet. He did not expect it to be an intelligent life form, and one that could recognize the world tree. This is the black dragon Alexis. His body is too big, so he has to maintain this state. David introduced to Sai, the leader of the Eldar clan. Greetings, great black dragon. Sai forced himself to remain calm as he bowed. However, Sai, the leader of the spirit tribe, was in a state of shock. With a long life came a wealth of knowledge. The giant dragons were only a legend in the bug world. Tens of thousands of years ago, the giant dragons broke through the space barrier and entered the bug world. There, they clashed with the bug world. However, the giant dragons did not stay in the bug world for too long. However, the legend of the giant dragons remained. They were the only powerful race that could fight against the bug world. However, the bug world did not have the resources of the giant dragons. Therefore, the giant dragons did not stay. The leader of the spirit race, Sai, knew that even the weakest adult dragon was a demigod. This meant that the black dragon Alexis was at least a demigod, and this demigod was lying on David's shoulder in the form of a pet. What kind of being was this David? What kind of terrifying being had he encountered? Alexis, tell me about this world tree trunk. David asked the black dragon Alexis. David asked the black dragon Alexis because he trusted the black dragon Alexis more. Sir, the world tree is said to be the origin of life. Although it is a tree, it can exist in many forms and is very good at hiding itself. Therefore, it is almost impossible to find a world tree in any world. Every world should have a world tree. The world tree could be pure energy, mud, or any kind of material in the world. The world tree only gave birth to life when the world was first born. When all life in the world disappeared, it would give birth to new life. Usually, the world tree is just a very ordinary material. You wouldn't be able to recognize it even if it was right in front of you. The black dragon Alexis recalled the records of the giant dragons and explained. Then can you tell if this is the world tree trunk? David asked. The black dragon Alexis hesitated for a moment before replying. I'm only speaking according to the records. I've never seen the actual world tree trunk before. However, this tree trunk is very magical. There is a high chance that it is the world tree trunk. The black dragon Alexis didn't know what item in this world could escape his scan. Furthermore, he couldn't detect anything at such a close distance. David and the black dragon Alexis had both checked the rock before and didn't find anything unusual. However, the rock actually contained so many life seeds and such a huge tree trunk. Only the legendary world tree trunk could have such a strange concealment ability. When the spirit race leader Sai heard the black dragon Alexis call David Sir, he was extremely shocked. This title confirmed his previous guess. Great being, this is indeed the world tree trunk. The spirit race was first born from the world tree trunk. Their responsibility was to take care of the world tree. However, the world was destroyed by the Zerg, and the laws of the world changed, causing the world tree to fall. Only this world tree trunk remained, and it became the spirit race's heritage treasure. The spirit race has always been collecting life energy and storing it in the world tree trunk. They wanted to use this method to revive the world tree, but in the end, the spirit race relied on the life energy in the world tree trunk to prevent their race from being destroyed. Sai explained in a low voice. David nodded. His consciousness wrapped around all the life seeds in Sai, the leader of the Astrals, and put them all into the Divine Artifact Space Card. Then he entered the Divine Artifact Space Card himself. In the main world, only the gigantified clones and Alexis were still there. David's main body had disappeared, and even the Divine Artifact Space Card had automatically hidden itself in the spatial layer. Elder Ao and Elder Lay saw the life seeds appear and quickly went to pick them up. In this space, other than the 3 Krypton mines in the center, I'll leave the rest of the plants to you. You can use the life energy of the plants here as you wish, David said to Sai. Great Being, please leave this place to us. The plants we take care of can make the energy here richer, which is beneficial for the production of all kinds of ores. Sai said respectfully. Sai didn't know what a krypton mine was, but as long as it was a mine, the spirit race's influence on the plants could bring benefits to the mine. Leader Sai, you can call me David. There's no need to call me Great Being. Since he had accepted the spirit race, David didn't want Sai to call him a stranger anymore. He smiled. I'll still call you Great Being. Thank you for giving the spirit race a place to live. You won't be disappointed, Sai said excitedly. David's words made Sai feel close to him. This was very important to the spirit race. It meant that they had a powerful backer in the future. The spirit race's leader, Sai, made a decision. All of the spirit race's new life seeds would worship David as their religion. The spirit race's life seeds returned to life, and all their memories disappeared. Although they were the same life, they were also a new life. The spirit race originally didn't have any religion. They were the children of nature, the children of the world tree. However, the world of the spirit race had collapsed long ago. David, who had rebuilt the space for them, was their religion. Chapter 1078. David didn't know what Sai was thinking. He returned to the main world. David looked at the black dragon Alexis, who was observing the world tree trunk, and asked, Alexis, what did you see? Nothing, the black dragon Alexis replied. It's just a tree trunk that doesn't have much vitality, but it's harder than anything I've ever seen. When David entered the divine portal card, the black dragon Alexis tried to scratch the world tree trunk with its dragon claws, but it didn't even leave a mark. Black dragon Alexis's dragon claw was powerful. It was a true god-level attack. Even in its kitten form, a demigod would not be able to withstand a single dragon claw attack. Weaker gods would also suffer some minor injuries. However, the world tree trunk didn't seem to be affected at all. It ignored the black dragon Alexis' claw. David reached out and grabbed the world tree trunk. Although it was huge, it was as light as a feather in his hand. He entered the world tree trunk with his mind. The inside of the world tree trunk was like nothingness. There was only a small amount of life force. This nothingness made him feel like it was the end of death. David was 100% sure that the world tree trunk in his hand was an absolute treasure, but he had no idea what to do with it. The black dragon Alexis knew a lot, but it didn't know how to use the world tree trunk. Let's make sure that the world tree trunk is really dead, David said after thinking for a bit. His method of judgment was very simple. With a single thought, a strand of undying life force gushed out of his bones and gathered in his hand. David sprinkled the strand of undying life force on the world tree trunk. As long as there was a trace of life left on the world tree trunk, the healing ability of the undying life force could help it recover. When the strand of undying life force was sprinkled on the world tree trunk, it was sucked in like water meeting a sponge. David couldn't even sense where the undying life force went. It was like it had disappeared into thin air. From what he could sense, the trunk of the world tree had not changed at all. He had no way of knowing whether the trunk of the world tree had changed or not. However, the indestructible life force would not disappear for no reason. David looked at the world tree trunk and wondered if it was the world tree trunk's natural ability to absorb the indestructible life force, or if the world tree trunk was still alive. David flipped the trunk of the world tree over and over for a long time, but he didn't find any changes. After all, he had plenty of indestructible life force, and the world tree trunk was just a piece of wood. He did not think it was dangerous at all, so he decided to try sprinkling some indestructible life force. Once again, he drew out the undying life force from his bones and sprinkled it on the world tree as if it was free. The trunk of the world tree seems to be a little greener. The black dragon, Alexis reminded. David looked at the trunk of the world tree in his hand. The originally withered trunk now had a hint of green on it. If he hadn't looked closely, he wouldn't have noticed it. Just as he was observing the trunk of the world tree, he was too close to it. Many thin roots extended from the trunk and pierced into his body. The black dragon, Alexis was shocked. When it jumped up, it had already returned to its black dragon form. My lord! The black dragon, Alexis's body was huge. It was like a small mountain. It grabbed the trunk of the world tree and tried to cut off those roots with its dragon claws. Those claws were not the claws of a cat. They were real dragon claws. The black dragon, Alexis was confident that a normal god would be severely injured by those claws. However, the black dragon, Alexis, was disappointed. Its dragon claws cut into the roots of the world tree trunk, but those thin roots blocked the dragon claws. Break! The black dragon, Alexis roared. The power of the black dragon exploded. It was using all of its power. Golden light flashed on its dragon claws. However, the result was still the same. Those thin roots didn't change at all because of the black dragon, Alexis's increased power. At this moment, David also reacted. A divine knight's sword appeared in his right hand, and he slashed at the roots on his body. Unfortunately, even the black dragon, Alexis, couldn't do anything. Even with the divine knight's sword, its attack power couldn't compare to the black dragon, Alexis's full power. David's divine knight's sword bounced off the thin roots. Those thin roots that looked like they would break at the slightest touch had unimaginable defensive power. After the thin roots reached into David's body, they approached his bones, wanting to pierce through them. However, his bones were too hard, and the roots' plan to pierce through them failed. They could only wrap around his bones. It was very strange. The roots had clearly pierced into his body, but his body didn't reject them at all. His body didn't treat the roots of the world tree trunk as a foreign object. Instead, it actively accepted the existence of the root. Alexis, David said, stopping the black dragon, Alexis's useless efforts. Let me see what it wants to do. The black dragon, Alexis, was very unwilling. It didn't think that its soul would gradually recover, and it would become stronger and stronger. Today, it couldn't even destroy those thin roots. David and the black dragon, Alexis' life was one. With the existence of the master-servant contract, if something happened to David, the black dragon, Alexis, wouldn't have a high chance of survival. Of course, even if that wasn't the case, the black dragon, Alexis, didn't want anything to happen to David after spending so much time together. The black dragon, Alexis, knew that the reminder was meaningless, but it still said, "Master, you must be careful." I don't feel any malice from it, David said, as if he was comforting himself. Maybe it just wants the undying life force. David tried to draw out some indestructible life force from the bones. Just as he thought, the indestructible life force was absorbed by the roots as soon as it appeared. He only hoped that the world tree trunk would let him go after absorbing enough undying life force. In order to stimulate more undying life force, David opened the energy wings on his back. The energy of the bug world surged into the wings, causing his bones to continuously generate more undying life force. David seemed to be in a stalemate with the world tree trunk. The undying life force kept coming out, and the world tree trunk greedily absorbed it. David had never generated so much undying life force at once. This much undying life force was enough for him to revive thousands of lives, but it still wasn't enough to satisfy the world tree trunk. Of course, the world tree trunk wasn't unchanged. It left David's hands and stood on David's head, its roots in David's body. From afar, David's posture looked very strange. The world tree trunk was more than 130 meters tall, and David's small body was like a flower plate that didn't fit. Gotcha! Along with the sound, a branch was pulled out from the trunk. Then, with the continuous sound, more and more branches were pulled out. After the branch came out, it kept growing. More and more branches appeared on the branch, and then small buds appeared. In a short breath, they grew into leaves. By continuously absorbing the undying life force in David's body, the world tree trunk actually came back to life in a short period of time. However, as soon as the world tree trunk came back to life, it was attacked by the world's laws. Among the leaves that had just appeared, one of them exploded for no reason. After that, more leaves exploded, and even some branches weren't spared. The bug world was a very special world. Due to the reproduction of the bug race, almost all of the creatures in this world were bug life forms. Those that could truly survive could only be described as rare. In a sense, the bug world was only the bug race's world. The other races had long been abandoned by the world. The rules of the bug world changed when the bug race became the ruler of the world. The world's laws didn't allow the world tree, which represented life energy, to exist, because there was only one form of life in the bug world, and that was the bug race. Otherwise, with the world tree's ability, how could it fall and become a withered tree trunk? No matter what kind of power, even gods, couldn't hurt the world tree. However, the world tree relied on the world to exist. If the world rejected the world tree, it would be the end of the world tree. Without a world to live in, the world tree's collapse was inevitable. The world tree above David's head suffered the destruction of the bug world again. If the world tree had no other way, then the day it was reborn would be the day it died. At this critical moment, the world tree sensed the existence of a world. This world was still in the energy stage, but it already had the shape of a world. Normally, the world tree wouldn't have chosen a world like this no matter what, but at this moment of life and death, this world was its only choice. The roots that were originally in David's body and tightly holding onto his bones all loosened. Before David could rejoice, they reached into another place that made David even more nervous. What was most important to a powerhouse was the soul space that represented one's existence. The world tree's roots entered the soul space small world and firmly planted the roots into the soil of the small world. Just as David thought that something big was going to happen, he didn't feel the soul space small world being invaded. Instead, as the world tree's roots reached in, the soil that the roots touched changed. The soil that was originally illusory became illusory and solid, and this change slowly extended from the world tree's roots to the surroundings. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that some kind of connection had been formed between David and the world tree. This was the connection that was formed when the world tree's roots entered the soil of David's soul space small world. It was as if the world tree had actively activated the acceptance mode, allowing David's soul to connect with the world tree. What David came into contact with was an indescribable consciousness. This consciousness was extremely simple and extremely great. This was what David felt when he first came into contact with the world tree's consciousness. David's soul was as small as a baby in front of the world tree's consciousness, while the world tree's consciousness was the entire world. Think about it. The difference between a baby and a world. What kind of difference was this? It was no wonder that David's first feeling was great, and this great consciousness did not have any complicated thoughts. Live coexist. This was the thought that the world tree transmitted to David. In this short speech, many images were transmitted to David's soul, allowing David to understand the world tree's thoughts. The bug world wanted to destroy the world tree, and the world tree wanted to protect itself, so it had to find a new world to rely on. With no other choice, the world tree found David's soul space small world. David's soul space small world was different from other people's soul space. His soul space was a special soul space formed after fusing with the plague god Gladstone's small world. In a sense, it was indeed a world, but due to the fall of the plague god Gladstone, this small world had transformed into a small world of pure energy. Regardless, the foundation of David's soul space small world still existed, and it barely met the minimum requirements of the world tree. Although the training space and the death space in the Divine Artifact space card were substantial spaces, they were not worlds. They could only be regarded as fragments of a world. The training space and the death space, these two space fragments, did not have complete world rules. As for David's soul space small world, no matter how weak it was, it had complete world rules due to the efforts of the plague god Gladstone. Only with the world rules could the world tree exist. David sensed the world tree's thoughts and felt helpless. This was a robber. It said that it was passing a message, but there was no room for discussion. What could he do even if he did not agree? The world tree had already taken root in his soul space small world. Thinking about how David and the black dragon Alexis had tried to cut off the roots of the world tree, but they had failed. Now there was even less of a way. Coexist. David could only send a message. The world tree quieted down. Because its roots had entered another small world and accepted the rules of David's soul space small world, the world tree that was left in the outside world was no longer damaged. The rules of the bug world could no longer affect the world tree, and the world tree had nothing to do with the bug world. David saw the state of his original body through the eyes of the giant clone next to him. His original body was now a flower plate, and the tree was more than 130 meters tall. He believed that if he returned to the great world of God or the Interstellar Federation in this state, everyone's jaws would drop. While he was thinking, the world tree obviously received his thoughts. The world tree turned illusory and then disappeared as if it was invisible. However, David could still feel that the world tree was right above his head. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.